of a soldier in this action to find wellness. Preserve the environment for future generations. On that very inspirational note, it is with utmost pleasure that I welcome Honorable Abdullahi Abanga, Deputy for Works and Housing, also MP for Binduri Upper East. You're welcome, sir. And then, of course, we also have in our midst Honorable Andrew Ejapa Mesa, Deputy Minister of Energy. You're welcome. We also have the Danish Ambassador to Ghana in our midst. Honorable Tom, you're welcome. Fellow delegates to the 4th Ghana Green Building Summit, the hybrid edition. Thank you once again for taking time out to be here. Just over a year ago, we held our first virtual summit, and the thinking at that time was we can manage a slight inconvenience to our lives, to our routines, to our businesses. While we are all grappling with social and economic recovery from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic and adjusting to some semblance of normalcy, we have also realized more than ever the interconnectedness of our lives. In Africa especially, we need to build back better, more than ever. Knowing that though Africa contributes only 7.1% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, sub-Saharan Africa is one of the regions bearing a greater brunt from climate change impacts. One way to reduce emissions is to build resilience into our infrastructure, recognizing more than ever that our small efforts collectively matter in the grand scheme. To build our capacity, we would rethink our approach to attaining high performance buildings, our approach to energy and water efficiency, and also analyze Africa's role in the race to net zero, amongst other interesting topics. This year, we are attempting to practice what we've been preaching. I think one of the attendees asked me if there's a hard copy of the event brochure, but you can see that when you registered, you got an e-copy of the event brochure. So in as much as possible, we are trying to be green as we've been preaching. So you would have gotten your e-copy on your devices. As you can also see with our design, we tried to give this place some ambience, some greenness, because we wanted to provide that green, immersive experience for you guys. And we are hoping that even the food that we eat in every element of our lives, as we go on break, you can also tell that we are also trying to be as green as possible. It is our expectation that at the end of the summit, delegates will leave better informed, policymakers and supplier needs would have been matched to deliver greener buildings and infrastructure. Once again, it's Karibu to our friends in the East, Wamkelekile to our friends in the South, and from us here in the West, it's a big Akwaba to you. Happy dialoguing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tete, for your welcome remarks. I wish I could have added other languages to what you just ended with, but hey, it's all good. Probably I'll pick up some by the end of this event. We'll now take an address from the Danish ambassador to Ghana. Let's welcome His Excellency, Tom Nering.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Ministers, Executive Director of Ghana Institution of Engineers, CEO of Ghana Green Building Summit. And if there are representatives of the media, definitely also welcome to them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here today to welcome everyone participating in this year's Ghana Green Building Summit. I think just the fact that I'm standing here physically proves that we are hopefully moving into a different time with less restrictions stemming from the pandemic. It's not over yet, but I hope that we're going in the right direction. And I'm definitely honored to welcome both those who are here in the room and also to the Ghanaian and international audience streaming the event online. I would like actually to pick up the mood from Cyril just a few minutes ago and refer to an old jazz singer, an old jazz musician, Louis Armstrong, who many years ago got famous for many things, but amongst others, the song What a Wonderful World. And he was asked many times at that point, why was he singing about a wonderful world? What's wonderful about a world that's full of wars, poverty, racism, etc.? And he responded, and I think that was a very good response. There's nothing wrong with this world. What's wrong with this world is what we do to it. And if we treat it right, it is indeed a wonderful world. So I think that's emotion that I keep thinking about when I think about also what we're doing to our planet, our climate. And I think that's also what has driven Denmark and the embassy here to participate in the Green Building Summit since the very beginning. This year is no exception. As many of you will know, the government of Denmark has a very ambitious green agenda, which is a common thread in practically everything we do these days. Everything has to be green, sometimes to an extent where you wonder if it's at all possible, but we have that ambition. We have the ambition that in 2030 already, it's not too far from now, it's the aim of the Danish government to curb carbon emissions by 70% compared to 1990. Well, how are we doing this? How do we go from ambition to action and impact? Well, for one, we need to break it down into tangible areas where we can make a change. And this is exactly what this year's theme for the Ghana Green Building Summit seeks to do, to go beyond design and into the operations of green buildings. In Denmark, we strongly believe that developing innovation or innovative and creative solutions to our problems requires collaboration. We will only be able to achieve our global sustainable goals if we put our best minds together and share learnings across borders. In Denmark and around the world, we try to walk the talk and make sure that sustainability runs through everything that we do. Here, the Danish tradition of collaboration across the public and private sector is key, as we need all hands on deck if we are to secure the green transition. Luckily, the good news is that green business is actually good business too. And there is a wealth of untapped potential for economic growth and job creation in Ghana within the green transition, as has been the case in my own country. This year's summit will focus on areas like water, energy, and green finance. We always talk about the green agenda, and while water may be associated with the color blue, it is nonetheless essential for the green agenda. Water is an important component in the close relationship between Ghana and Denmark, and we have a lot to share when it comes to water solutions. energy efficiency, and sustainable city planning. As an example, the Danish Embassy is deeply engaged in a long-term collaboration with Ghana on urban water solutions, led by a partnership between Tema Municipality in Ghana and Aarhus Municipality in Denmark. They work together, and as I said before, including the private sector, to improve wastewater management and access to clean drinking water. Cities are important drivers in the green transition, and we're happy to see more of these joint projects where cities team up to solve some of our core challenges. In the spirit of collaboration, I'm pleased that this year we're joined at the summit by Danish water technology company Grundfos and the global engineering and consultancy company Ramboll. In addition to this, the Danish Fund for Developing Countries, the IFU, will contribute with insights into green finance. Let me just say a couple of words about Grundfos and Ramboll. Grundfos is one of the world's leading water technology companies. In fact, the largest pump manufacturer in the world. But they don't call themselves a pump manufacturer. They call themselves an SDG 6 company. Every day, Grundfos contributes to solving the world's water challenges and provides people with better quality of life here in Ghana and across the globe. At the same time, Ramboll and its 16,000 experts create sustainable solutions in areas such as energy efficiency in buildings, water treatment for industry, and sustainable city planning, just to name a few. So let me finish up by thanking once again for the opportunity for us to take part in the Ghana Green Building Summit 2021. And I wish you all inspiring and constructive discussions over the coming 2 days. We hope to see many green building projects and partnerships materialize in Ghana as a result. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Ambassador, Jack, thank you for your remarks. And from the Ambassador, we go to our keynote address, which will be delivered by the Deputy Minister for Works and Housing, who is also the MP for Binduri in the Upper East region. I had the pleasure of introducing a minister who was also an MP, and I forgot to mention the MP, and I was in trouble. So anytime I see them with the double hats, I have to mention both hats. So MP for Binduri, and of course, Deputy Minister for Works and Housing. Let's put our hands together for the Honorable Abdullahi Abanga. Keynote address. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll do this. So I'm here to represent the, I'm a bit taller, yeah. So I'm here to represent the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing himself, the Honorable Francis Asensu-Boakye. He was supposed to be here this morning to participate in this program, but another equally very important assignment is currently undergoing at the National Theatre, and it was just impossible for him to perform these two functions at the same time. So he's asked me to stand in for him and to convey his apologies for his inability to be here himself. My assignment is to deliver his speech, his message to this program. So good morning again to invited guests, His Excellency, the Ambassador to Denmark. Denmark is my second country. I've been to Denmark a couple of times before. Other global media partners, ladies and gentlemen. It gives us a great pleasure this morning to deliver the keynote address for this year's hybrid edition of the Ghana Green Building Summit and to speak on the theme, Rethinking Operations Management for High Performance Buildings. Let me start by extending my warm welcome to our overseas guests and the many stakeholders who have joined us today through the virtual platform. As a global challenge, climate change requires global efforts. And I am particularly excited about the strides we have made in integrating the global community in this very important event towards advancing the call to develop sustainable solutions for sustainable development of our communities. Indeed, the Green Ghana Building Summit has developed into an important platform for the green building community to come together to achieve the shared vision of a greener built environment. Certainly, the Ministry of Works and Housing is always happy to be associated with this event, as it creates an opportunity to share experiences and network with industry players and also promote continuous growth and development of the construction industry. To this end, I wish to take this opportunity to commend the organizers for the immense contribution they are making towards expanding the dialogue on green building and the sustainable development of the built environment here in Ghana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, universally, green buildings are designed with regard to environmental sustainability to create the needed ecosystem for human health and comfort. Accordingly, the green buildings use less water, optimize energy efficiency, conserve natural resources, generate less waste, and provide healthier spaces for occupants. To this end, we cannot have a comprehensive conversation on green buildings without touching on the elements of operations and management, considering the fact that the cost of operations and maintenance of buildings have been identified to account for close to 90% of the building's life cycle cost. Our quest to optimize green building solutions without harming the environment through the building life cycle calls for the need to build green and build smart. For instance, as a tropical country, cooling has remained one of our biggest sources of energy consumption in our buildings. Therefore, solving the cooling problem plays a critical role in meeting our sustainable targets. Some key activists have suggested passive design to minimize heat entry into buildings, allow for natural ventilation, and ultimately reduce the need for cooling. All these, I am sure, have extensively guided our previous engagements at the Ghana Green Building Summit. Beyond this, one may ask how well we are capitalizing on our building designs and other interventions in the built environment to offer clean and sustainable energy and water solutions and ultimately improve the performance of our buildings. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, if the coronavirus pandemic has taught us anything as a built environment practitioners, then it is the fact that a safe and secure home with running water, clean energy, and enough air and space to optimize the user preferences is the future frontline defense against any future pandemic. Accordingly, we cannot overlook the timeliness of our discussion here today. As a country, our demand for safe water and sufficient energy is also increasing. This year, we have had serious concerns about the supply of potable water to our homes and the growing fear that if the prevailing trend is not reversed, we could become a water-stressed country in the coming years. As policymakers, developers, and built environment practitioners, this obviously calls for the need to collectively contemplate an alternative ways by which our buildings could optimize water conservation, recirculation, and reuse towards achieving water sufficiency, particularly in our cities. Similarly, we need to embrace modern innovative technologies towards developing smarter cities that are hinged on clean and sustainable energy options, such as renewable energy solutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the foregoing, it is evident that we cannot overemphasize the role of a robust regulatory and distinct institutional regime to create the enabling environment and establish the platform for good practices. As a ministry, we have taken bold steps towards instituting the needed regulatory framework to guide the achievement of green building solutions. Currently, the Ghana Building Code, which sets out the requirements and recommendations for efficiency standards for residential and non-residential building, is being used in the built environment. To effectively operationalize the code, the ministry has initiated the process for the review of the building regulation LI 1630/1996, which when approved will have an entire section dedicated to green building regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is instructive to note that enacting laws and formulating policies are as good as ensuring that they are implemented to achieve the intended impact for which they were enacted for or formulated. As you may be aware, the governance structure within the built environment places my ministry at the forefront in the formulation and enactment of these policies and laws. But enforcement and compliance is stipulated by the Local Government Act, has remained the preserves of the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, who are seldom engaged, not well-resourced, or positioned to meet the challenges of enforcing the provisions in the policies and laws. To address these challenges, in part, while establishing an anchor institution that will better advance our quest for development for green buildings and sustainable solutions for the built environment, our ministry has commenced the process to establish a national housing authority whose mandate shall include, among other things, leading in sustainable housing development and exercising regulatory oversight over the activities of the sector. Also, their operations shall include preferring sustainable solutions to facilities management across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to add that at the center of all climate change related interventions is the need for adequate capital. Therefore, green finance will be an important enabler. Today, we can find evidence of green finance strategies such as green bonds in our national budget. This is an indication that as a country, we are well positioned to exploit the opportunities available under green financing strategies to finance critical climate-related projects such as green building schemes. To conclude, I wish to emphasize that our collective responses to addressing our housing and building needs in a sustainable way will be defining choices for our generation and future generations to come. It is therefore time to move urgently towards opportunities and solutions that will help us achieve a sustainable built environment envisaged in Ghana without harming the environment or leaving future generations to suffer the adverse implication of our actions. To realize this, we all have roles to play as stakeholders in the built environment, and perhaps as citizens who are concerned about the sustainable development of our communities. This summit therefore presents a historic opportunity for consolidating our ideas to fit into the government policy. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish all participants and stakeholders gathered here and those who are not present here a very fruitful interactions and a wonderful summit. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, reading the remarks on behalf of your minister. Thank you for your remarks. Interesting highlights in there on the authority and then the green aspects of the legislation. Thank you so much. Our guest speaker is also an MP. He represents the good people of Sekondi in the Western region, and he's also a deputy minister, this time for energy. Let's welcome the Honorable Andrew Ejapa Mercer.
His Excellency the Ambassador, Denmark, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister Abdullah Banga, MP for Bunduri, Executive Director of Yakem Property Consult, representatives from IFC Edge Program, representatives from Car Bank, summit participants, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you all this morning for the 4th Ghana Green Building Summit 2021. I'm delighted for the opportunity to deliver this address on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Energy, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh, on the topic efforts of the ministry in enabling renewable energy and energy efficiency. He would have loved to be here. However, some other engagement has taken him away, and so he extends his sincere apologies. Let me seize this opportunity to thank the Yakem Property Consult for their long-standing partners, IFC Edge Program, Car Bank, and the Embassy of Denmark for organizing this important summit. It is a testament to your enduring commitment to ensure that clean energy and climate concerns remain at the top of the global table, not just for discussion, but also for urgent action. Presently, Ghana has an installed generation capacity of more than 5,000 megawatts, with renewable in the generation mix being about 2%, excluding large hydro power plants. About 85% of the population currently has access to electricity, with government frantically working at achieving 100% coverage. To this end, conversations on renewable energy are not only critical, but pressing. To scale up the contribution of renewable in the generation mix to 10% by 2030, in line with our SDG 7 commitment, specific measures need to be taken. To promote the development of the renewable energy resource of the country, the Renewable Energy Act 2011, Act 832 was enacted. The said act was amended in 2020 to, amongst other things, place obligations on utilities and bulk consumers to purchase part of their electricity requirements from renewable energy sources. provide for a regulatory and licensing framework for the development of renewable energy in Ghana, promote private sector participation in the renewable energy sector, and mandate fossil fuel-based wholesale electricity suppliers, fossil fuel producers, and other companies that contribute to greenhouse gas emissions to complement the global effort of climate change mitigation by investing in non-utility scale renewable energy technologies. Prior to the enactment of Act 832, the biggest obstacle to the development of renewable energy, especially solar, was the high cost of the technology. A feed-in tariff scheme was therefore instituted to guarantee a good rate of return for investors and promote private sector investment. Since then, rapid technological development has resulted in a steep reduction in the prices of renewable energy products, to the extent that in some countries, electricity from solar PV systems are at great parity or cheaper than fossil fuel-based power generation. There was therefore the need to amend the renewable energy laws. Currently, we have shifted to competitive bidding for the deployment of all energy sector generation technologies. In addition to the Renewable Energy Act, Ghana has also developed a renewable energy master plan, which aims to achieve the following by 2030. 1, increase the proportion of renewable energy in the national energy generation mix from 42.5 megawatts in 2015 to 1,363.63 megawatts, with grid connected systems totaling 1,094.63 megawatts. Currently, the figure stands at 136.6 megawatts. To reduce the dependence on biomass as main fuel for thermal energy applications. 3, provide renewable energy-based decentralized electrification options in over 1,000 off-grid communities. And 4, promote local content and local participation in the renewable energy industry. To enable the government of Ghana meet its 10% renewable energy target by 2030, as well as its universal electrification goal by 2024, we have developed the Scaling Up Renewable Energy Program to allow for the implementation of flagship renewable energy projects and investments that will provide models for scale up and leverage additional private and public financial resources to the country's renewable energy sector. As a nation, we have taken the needed steps from the above, the passage of the amended act, the master plan, and the specific projects to provide some level of certainty for investors. In our last mile electrification projects, we are focused on grid as well as mini/stroke off-grid solutions. The introduction of mini and off-grid solutions is an economic way of electrifying islands and lakeside communities, as well as off-grid communities. This is done whilst considering the productive use of energy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in order to harness our energy resource endowments to achieve sustainable energy security, the following focus areas will be key to our transition to cleaner energy. 1, we are going to harness the rich resources of clean, sustainable energy such as solar and wind, which eliminate harmful emissions and lessen the consumption of natural resources. To this end, the Ghanaian government is rolling out the SREP program, which is an investment led by the public sector. The projected outcome of these projects are 15,000 net metering solar PV systems, 55 mini grids, and 36,500 solar home systems to be completed by December 2024. We are going to pursue a decentralized strategy from the adoption of clean and sustainable energy use for the citizenry, especially in low-income off-grid communities. As part of this strategy, the Ministry of Energy in Ghana, under the Improved Clean Cook Stoves Distribution Program, has commenced the distribution of 500,000 units of improved clean cook stoves. So far, 120 units have been distributed within the first 5 months, with the program expected to be completed in December 2021. Also, under the Clean Cooking Strategy and Investment Prospectus, a consumer and market assessment study is on the way and will be completed by December 2021. Again, approximately 100,000 units of solar lanterns have been distributed since the inception of the Solar Lanterns Distribution Program. We are also going to give priority attention to the trading of energy resources and services within the continent, notably through sub-regional power tools. This can be achieved by encouraging more cross-border flows of electricity to ensure that we use the most efficient and least polluting power plants at any given time and share renewable energies over a larger area. The effect of this is that it increases competition by limiting mechanism and subsidies to fossil fuel plants. The African Single Electricity Market, which was launched in June 2021, will be an essential element of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It will offer African industries, businesses, and households secure, competitive, and affordable electricity. At the same time, it can help improve energy security and reduce electricity prices for consumers. Further to this, African nations must aim at improving our share of green sources in our energy mix, in alignment with our SDG goal to become climate neutral by 2030. This implies a significant increase in renewables in the energy system. Achieving this goal would require that renewable and cleaner forms of electricity become an important and larger portion of needs to complement the national energy mix. To do this, we must invest in more infrastructure and employ regulatory flexibility to integrate a larger share of clean energy. Energy security can also be enhanced by improved energy efficiency through decreasing reliance on fossil fuels. Estimates show that 30 to 40% of energy savings can be achieved using currently available technology. However, we have to note that a strong grid and a significant clean baseload technology in the energy mix will serve as a good foundation for increment in the contribution of variable renewable energy into the generation mix. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana will continue to drive her commitment to renewable energy in line with her commitment to her SDG 7 goals. Energy is of vital importance to us, not just to power our industrial agenda, but also to provide our people the many convenient benefits it brings to us all. Under President Akufo-Addo's vision for safe, secure, reliable, and affordable energy for all, we will continue to pursue all the options available to us, including our renewable energy sources. I trust that this summit will provide a useful forum to compare notes, share ideas, and learn lessons on how together we can make cleaner, sustainable energy a reality and a major part of our lives. I thank you all for your kind attention, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mensah, for outlining what the Ministry of Energy intends to do with respect to energy, not just green building, but energy, the whole energy spectrum. Thanks a lot for your remarks. Bringing us to the end of all the speeches for this part of today's program. The next speaker is going to deliver a presentation on high performance buildings, the case for energy efficiency. For the next 20 minutes, let's give our attention to Cornelius Odai. He's an advisor at GIZ. Cornelius.
Good morning to everyone.
Morning.
And it's good to be here. I've been part of this summit from the conception, and it's good how far it has grown. And I'm hoping that moving forward, we'll keep it growing and the awareness for green buildings will keep increasing in Ghana. So this morning I'm here standing in as a representative from the GIZ, and I'm here to speak about one of the key projects we are doing with regards to renewable energy and energy efficiency in Ghana. So I'll get straight to it, not talk too much. We've had a lot of speeches, so we'll do something more active now. So this presentation is going to just be in three folds. I'm just going to give a brief general overview of GIZ. as well as the Republic project. And then I'll speak about a few demonstration projects that we are also doing in Ghana to increase the awareness of renewable energy and energy efficiency. So I'm going straight into the general overview of GIZ. Most people think GIZ is an NGO, and it's a really big misconception going out there. But today I want to clarify that GIZ is an enterprise that actually has been set up by the German government to help with international cooperation. We work to shape the future worth living around the world. So GIZ has been in Ghana for over 30 years now, and it's been operating with the Ghanaian government, private companies, trade associations, and various civil society groups to help improve Ghana. It aims to support Ghana specifically on the Sustainable Development Goals. In the past few years, GIZ has been focusing on agriculture, governance, sustainable economic development, sustainable management and waste disposal, peace and security, and most important for this summit, renewable energy and energy efficiency. So I'll then dive straight into the Republic project. Republic basically stands for renewable energy and energy efficiency in the public sector. The Republic project aims to support the government of Ghana, with our biggest partners being the Ministry of Energy, towards improving the energy efficiency and increasing the use of renewable energy, particularly in the public sector, while contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, Objective 7, which is affordable and clean energy. Now, in order to achieve this, the principal areas which the Republic project seeks to look at is advice on the provision of the revised RE Act, which our Honorable Minister some few minutes ago spoke about. I would gladly say that we are in support of that amendment of the RE Act, and we hope in the future further amendments will be done to better the renewable energy space in Ghana. We are also supporting and strengthening the regulatory framework on energy efficiency in buildings. We are supporting the government of Ghana with the ongoing initiative to reduce costs in public buildings at all subnational levels. We are also in support to selected public institutions in the national and regional district levels in developing a pilot implementation measure to improve renewable energy and energy efficiency. In addition to that, we are training people also on renewable energy and energy efficiency in Ghana. So the Republic project, in order to achieve this, subdivided itself into 4 main outputs. Now with output 1, like I stated earlier, we're in support in the amendment of the RE Act. In output 2, we are working on an energy performance certification of buildings. Now this project is looking at rating public buildings on their energy efficiency levels. It's in order to promote awareness of how energy efficient public buildings are. So when this project is completed, we'll be rating energy efficiency in public buildings, giving them whether it is 2-star, 3-star, or 4-star energy efficiency. And this will go in a long way to encourage other public buildings to become more energy efficient, because we believe that if anything is going to start with energy efficiency, it has to start from the government. And the government has the most buildings when it comes to public sector. So we are trying to target the public sector to make sure that they are energy efficient first. Now with output 3, we are supporting the Ghana Go Solar Initiative. This, in effect, we are coming up with a sustainable energy action plan, which is going to help the government in the future to scale up all its works with regards to energy efficiency and renewable energy in Ghana. Now in output 4, which is one of the key areas, we are having 10 demonstration projects. Now these demonstration projects are supposed to serve as a case study for the people of Ghana to see how they can be energy efficient. Now, if you're looking through the demonstration projects, we have divided it into retrofits and new designs. Now we are having one demonstration project, which happens to be the Accra Demo project. This is being done in collaboration with the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We are going to retrofit the administration block to make it more energy efficient. This is going to help so that other, let's say, hospitals or medical establishments will also see how, in as much as they use a lot of energy, can still become energy efficient. We will then go on to our regional demonstration projects, which we are having divided into the 2 main energy areas, happening to be with ACG zone and the NEDCO zone. In ECG, we are looking at Volta region, where we'll have 3 demonstration projects. In Ashanti region, we'll have 2 demonstration projects as well. And then we'll go up to the north into Bono and Bono East, where we have 2 demonstration projects under the NEDCO sector. Now, these demonstration projects are going to be done in this phase. We are basically going to first conduct an energy audit, where we are going to actually evaluate the energy efficiency of the buildings. After which, based on these audit reports, we'll be giving recommendations on how to make it more energy efficient. Then the GIZ will finance this retrofits to ensure that these public buildings are more energy efficient. So just like I said with output 2 earlier on, after these retrofits are done, we will then rate these buildings to show how energy efficient they are. So these projects are going to serve as a demonstration to basically all public buildings in Ghana, so that they see how it is possible to probably make your buildings more energy efficient. We then move on to the design phase, where we are looking at doing a project with AESL. I believe most of us here know what AESL is. It's Architectural Engineering, sorry, it's really limited for the Ghana government. They are the main consultants when it comes to buildings in Ghana. So we are hoping to partner with them, because we can't be retrofitting the current ones and forgetting about the ones that are yet to come. So we are training AESL and also partnering with them to make one of their key projects more energy efficient, so that in the future, when they are designing, this will be one key parameter that they will consider in their design moving forward. Now, the peak of the Republic project is actually to put up the nearly zero energy building here in Ghana. It's going to be the first nearly zero energy building in Ghana. And this is being done in collaboration with the Energy Commission. So the project is going to be cited at the Energy Commission, and this project is going to demonstrate how to have a fully energy efficient building, which probably might not even be grid supported through the future, so that moving on, Ghanaians can look at that option to help with the energy situation in Ghana. So I'll give a brief highlight on what the NZEP, as we call it, is going to be highlighting. So as you see on your screen, this is a concept which is currently being developed for the nearly zero energy building. This building is going to have key parameters of passive and active measures. In the passive measures, we are looking at incorporating a lot of natural ventilation, a lot of daylighting, looking at the building orientation to assist with all this. And also we are going to promote the use of natural resources heavily, because we need to make it more energy efficient and renewable energy as well. Now, renewable energies, we know that we have to use the local materials we find available to us instead of importing things which can be harmful to our society. We are also going to look at active measures. People have the misconception that when you have a building that has air conditioning, then it is not energy efficient. No, we have energy efficient air conditions. There are air conditions that you can put in your building, and the amount of energy to consume will marvel you. So we are looking at incorporating all such technologies into the NZEP to ensure that by the time the project is completed, you can visit it and know that, look, everything about this building speaks energy efficiency. And finally, just like our Honorable Minister said, we are going to have a solar PV on top of it, which is going to account for about 70% of the power being generated for that building. So this, in a nutshell, is what the Republic project hopes to offer. And this is in assistance to the renewable energy goal that we have as a country. So I'd like to end my presentation here, and thank you all for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cornelius from GIZ. I was struck by two things: the nearly zero energy building. That seems quite interesting. And then the fact that, well, the plan for you to reduce your electricity bill by 30%. Who wouldn't want that, you know? So thank you very much for your insights. I really enjoyed your presentation, and you used the time very well, very efficiently. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we're going to do an online presentation right now, and it's going to be on sustainable technologies, a case of transitioning to Africa and emerging markets. And so I want to find out whether Jack Ajete can hear me. He's the founder and MD of Reliance Fidelity International Group Limited in the UK. And Leke Oluwole, General Manager, Citigen District Energy Scheme, E.ON Energy UK, should be joining us by the power of technology. So it's hybrid. We're here. And so hopefully when they come on, it will definitely be a hybrid thing. So Jack and Leke, can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Jack. This is Kafui, the moderator here. Is Leke there?
Hi, Kafui. How are you?
Ade, I'm good. I'm doing well. Are you ready for us?
We're ready for you. I can't see a video of myself though, but there we go.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think we've got it all.
So the next 20 minutes are all yours, Jack.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jack Ajete. I'm the MD for Reliance Fidelity International Group. I'm joined this morning by Leke Oluwole, as Kafui introduced. Leke is the General Manager for the Citigen District Energy Scheme for E.ON Energy UK. Can you flick the presentation on, please? I can't seem to see it. Are you still with us?
You're on the radio. It's almost like we're enjoying. We can just hear your voice. Yeah. So can you project your presentation onto the screen so we can see what you are looking at?
Right. Sorry, I was under the impression that the moderator will be flicking the presentation on. Just give it a sec.
So that would be me, right? Yeah, you see, if this were a TV production, we'll be going for commercial break at this time, you know. And for those of you who don't know, that's what happens when you go on a commercial break, then we fix things, then we come back and say, hey, welcome back. But then we're fixing issues. So that's
how was that?
Yes, we're still hearing your voice. So it's
right, okay.
going to be like an.
Can you see me and see the presentation?
Yes, we see the presentation. We see you now, Jack. Greetings.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Nice. Take it away.
Give me 2 seconds.
Although your name has changed, you're now David Opoku.
Well, you'd have to tell me how that happened.
All right, Jack. So yeah, we can see you now.
Right, okay. Can you, I think we've got a slight technical difficulty because Leke can't seem to unmute himself and I can't either. So he can hear us, he's waving, but yes, he can't speak.
Okay. We'll see whether the thing is coming from us, so we can just unmute. Right, I think he's unmuted now.
Done something. Hi. Right, okay, yeah, I think it's been sorted out. Yeah, yes. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so let's crack straight into it then. Nice. Yeah, so like I said earlier, I'm Jack Ajete. I'm the MD for Reliance Fidelity International Group. We specialize in energy technology and technical solutions, program and project management and continuous improvement, leadership coaching, as well as security risk, business continuity, and crisis management. So cracking straight into it then, what do we mean by sustainable technology? So sustainable technology really is one that creates sustainability by reducing environmental and ecological damage, one that considers natural resources and promotes economic and social development. So the sustainable technology example that we would cover for the next 20 minutes or so will be district energy. So in terms of district energy itself, we would look at how district energy is represented in, improved performance in buildings in line with the context of this scheme today. We'd also look at how we can optimize this for improved building performance as part of our operations and facilities management. We will then review a case study, a low carbon example of a live project that Leke is responsible for. And then, finally, would like you all to join us in a conversation, a discussion forum actually on transitioning this to Africa and emerging markets. And if I could just, recap on what His Excellency, the Danish ambassador said, we need all hands on board to support transition. Okay then, so district energy. What do we mean by district energy? It's basically a network ensuring delivery of sustainable energy to the point of use. And this is done by connecting sources and resources to local requirements. So in line with rethinking operations management, we'd look at a few pros and cons of district energy. It helps us to meet our targets. It helps us to meet, government and organizational targets. There are so many policies and incentives around renewable energy and the whole green agenda. But are we signing up to those? And what are we doing, as professionals to ensure that we're meeting these requirements and targets? It helps us to recycle otherwise wasted energy. So byproducts from certain processes that we can harness to improve our performance and energy supply in some of our buildings. It is very efficient in highly populated areas. I was quite glad to hear the example before by the gentleman from GIS that highlighted a project at Korle Bu, and that will become more apparent when we get to the discussion, because we identify that location as a good pilot site, actually. It also helps to reduce the overall cost, and you might wonder why the capex can be quite high, but then if you look at it across the life cycle, it tends to actually reduce costs, as well as supporting policies. So what are some of the cons then? Like I mentioned before, the capital expenditure can be high, but it's always good to look at the benefits from a whole life cycle perspective. It's quite an unregulated area at the moment, so it's really nice to hear the honourable ministers talking about the Renewable Energy Act and other policies, using Ghana as an example, which would always help to regulate some of these technologies. The thing with district energy as well is you may buy into a long contract. So again, it plays hand in hand with the expensive capex and looking at it over the whole life cycle, because you'd sign up to an energy provider who utilizes district energy, and due to the centralization of the network, because you want to centralize production and connect it to the point of use, there may be long contracts associated with this. With some of the developments that E.ON run and other energy companies, you buy a building or you lease a building and your energy provider is set. So all you can do is sort of incentives and processes and procedures to help you optimize that to your benefit. Operational issues as well can affect a large population, because like we said, it's highly efficient in highly populated areas. And overcoming this is purely by designing for resilience. So if a system, a part of the system goes down, you should have backup systems in operation to help you still maintain the performance of your energy requirements at the appropriate levels. And then obviously there's an argument of a skills gap, and that's not just in Africa and emerging markets. It's a global issue as well, because if I may use the term, sometimes people may not find it sexy enough, to jump on. So, publicizing these and ensuring training and incentives would boost and help bridge that skills gap. So let's look at how we can optimize energy for an improved building performance then. And we can do this by looking at looking at 4 key elements and their relationships. The first element is the people's aspect, and it looks at people, procedures, and capabilities. So competence, understanding requirements, and in terms of competence, are there suitably qualified and experienced personnel? Do we have sweat resources, who have the appropriate organizational culture aimed at optimizing energy and building performance? And do we have access to those people? Are they available? Or like I said, as a pro in the previous slide, there may be a skills gap there. Do they understand and do they practice these procedures? And if we look at, there's a South African saying, I'm sure some of our South African audience would recognize this, Ubuntu, which is, self through others. Having that, culture of togetherness and self-performance through others can help optimize energy for improved building performance, because it's that people's aspect. The second being performance, and this is strongly linked with practices. It looks at quality. It looks at the availability and feasibility of the technology. And the issue of complexity comes into this, because normally we hear of green technologies or sustainable technologies, and we think of high costs, quite complex systems. But a lot of these technologies are actually based on very, very simple local solutions. So it has to be designed to scale, and it has to be feasible for the purpose. So it looks at quality, it looks at efficiency. And when we talk about efficiency as well, it's good to understand using data as a driver, using data to measure that performance and be able to optimize it where necessary. And also having the flexibility of your technical decisions, where you should design for resilience with enough redundancy. So performance is key when it comes to optimizing energy for improved building performance. The final one is policy, and we've spoken about policy quite a bit in some of the keynote addresses from the honorable ministers and His Excellency the Danish ambassador. It's really important to have stated aims, objectives, and strategies, because these underpin and define the state of the desired outcome, where we want to get to. It's good to have regulatory requirements and how we can be compliant and show compliance to those regulatory requirements, legal frameworks. And in terms of policy, regional cooperation is key. Regional cooperation doesn't necessarily have to be beyond borders, but if you look at, let's have an example, say schools or universities. Cooperation and legal frameworks that allows us to harness or replicate technology based on having a centralized generation point with a network can actually not only help optimize our building performance, it will help us reduce costs, because we're not designing from scratch for those particular users. We're just replicating it and applying it elsewhere. And then finally, the final P is all to do with process. And this brings it all together, because it enables people, it enables performance and policies, and it results in optimization. And that's one way in which we can optimize energy for improved building performance. There are many ways, but we're just covering these few as a point of discussion. What we'll do next is Lekki will just share a case study using a low carbon example for site managers. All yours, Lekki.
Hi, everyone. So what I'm talking about today is a site in London called Citygen. I'm currently actually sat at Citygen at the moment. It's located in the center of London, within the city of London, and it's surrounded by multiple sort of residential and commercial properties. Some names that you might be familiar with, such as the Barbican or the Guildhall or the Museum of London, usually they get their energy from Citygen. So you can see at the bottom of the screen, there are two pictures. So there's the Port of London Authority building, which is actually a building that was built in 1914. And there's the building on the right, which is named the cold storage, but it was actually a coal power station in 1894. So the history of this site goes from Victorian times to 2021. And in those periods, it's experienced a change in technology. So in 1894, it used to be a coal power station for the Smithfield Market, which is directly across the road. Smithfield Market being one of the largest meat markets in Europe. And then subsequently in 1995, the largest CHP plant in the UK was installed on the site, and the building towards your right-hand side. And in 2013, E.ON invested £23 million on this site by installing larger and more efficient CHPs, which are combined heat and power. So in essence, what this building does is it provides low carbon energy for residential and commercial properties, and it creates the energy on site and transports the energy via a network of pipework, just as Jack showed in the slides before. And that's the beauty of district energy. And in 2021, currently we've invested another £4 million in a ground source heat pump. And a lot of you are probably very versed in what a ground source heat pump is. Basically, what we're doing is we're extracting water from the London aquifer at 14 degrees. We're stepping up the temperature to up to 80 degrees because some of the properties we're supplying are old and require higher heat. But then I'll just clarify that I know that we're talking about this in an African context. We provide heating, cooling, and private wire. So we also provide electricity. We call it district energy because it's technology agnostic. It doesn't really matter what's in the energy center. It could be chillers, it could be a ground source heat pump, it could be absorption chillers, it could be a fuel cell, for example. The decentralized nature of it is such that because you have the network existing, all you're doing is you're able to adapt to your energy center, control the emissions at what point, and then transport that energy to your end customers. If you move on to the next slide, I'll show you what Citigen looks like. And as I talked about this solution, it's modular. So over the years, we have access to natural gas now, and we also have access to renewable energy from the ground. On the top left-hand side, you see the sort of gas main that comes into Citigen. Again, this is within a city center. So as some of you might be aware, this is London, this is central London, not on the outskirts. So we have to provide, we had a challenge of how do we decarbonize our current plant, which was one of the largest users of energy in London. How do we do that without adding more emissions into the atmosphere? And how do we not jeopardize the energy quality or the air quality within London? And that's what district energy allowed us to do, is the ability to chop and change, if you want to call it that way, and introduce technology. So very simply, what we do is we burn natural gas and in something called a CHP, which is combined heat and power, that can generate electricity and heat as a byproduct. We capture those, and we have gas boilers, which gives us that extra resilience, which Jack was saying, in terms of when you look at the network itself, how do you stop operational issues affecting multiple residents? We have Barbican Art Center, which is one of the sort of largest art centers in London. How do we ensure that we were able to provide comfort and still meet the end products? And now in 2021, we're installing 4 megawatts of heat pump. Again, this is literally groundbreaking. We're drilling 200 meters into the ground, extracting the energy and running it via heat pumps and providing heating and cooling to our customers in the network. So I'll give you an idea of what the network looks like on the next slide. And one thing I just wanted to mention is that the ability to tap into electricity and natural gas means that the future of Citigen is, I'd say it's future-proof, and it's certain, because if the gas grid decarbonizes, we have access to that. As the electricity grid decarbonizes, which has been doing for the last 5-6 years, I think there was a period in the UK where there was no coal being burned. It was pretty much zero carbon. And that's what we can benefit from having district energy. And this is just the scale of the network. The network itself is 11 kilometers of pipework underground in London, through tunnels and car parks. And then one thing I just wanted to clarify is that this is only possible via collaboration. It's not possible to do this alone as a private company. It's not possible to do this alone as a public entity. You need to be able to co-join the public and the private sectors to come in hand with the right policies and to basically allow for investors to have belief in the system and to have, I say, trust that when they invest in such technologies, they would have the policies in place that will enable it to grow. And this is just, as I said, 11 kilometers of pipework going all around central London. And we are connecting more customers. My job is to ensure that we stay on track and to decarbonize this energy plant and to grow it. So not just within where we are, but to grow into different boroughs and different aspects of energy. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Lekki. It's quite a good point to mention as well. Citigen has been on various documentaries, and Lekki is actually in the middle of filming with the BBC. So once we get the link for that, we'll share it via eChannel. So this is where we invite you all to participate in the discussion. The discussion really on transitioning to Africa. And like I mentioned, what His Excellency, the Danish ambassador, said, we need all hands on board. to succeed. So you can join a discussion, you can ask questions, and I'm sure the moderator would allow that. So we can all talk about it as a collective with SDG 7 and 11 in mind, as with the in line with the outcomes of this summit, really. So just to recap on SDG 7 and 11 is basically affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all, as well as sustainable, safe, and resilient settlement. And like I mentioned before, there's a photo of the University of Ghana there, and a map of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And it's just to highlight how important district energy is, how efficient district energy is in highly populated areas, such as these two examples. You know, we can discuss transitioning through smart, local, and sustainable solutions. We've mentioned policy, the people's aspect through training, access to finance, and regional cooperation. And before I hand over to the moderator to open a channel so we can have a very short discussion on it before the next presentation, I'll just mention an example of transitioning that I experienced myself in Kenya, actually. If there are any Kenyan participants online, they'll probably recognize this area. When you're driving through Kenya on the Thika Road, right in front of Jomo Kenyatta University towards Nanyuki, towards Nanyuki. I was in Kenya on a project somewhere around the Nanyuki area. We're designing and building a facility there that would accommodate about 1,500 people up to about 4 times a year. So it's not manned throughout the year. So there's a need to design for very, very low maintenance and, you know, put it in sustainable systems that are not too maintenance intensive. Now, we had a solution for heating and comfort cooling, and that's when we're driving up that Thika Road. It just became apparent that you look to your left and your right, and almost every building you see as you're heading out of Nairobi would have one thing on top of it, a solar water heating system. There were bigger buildings with bigger networks, and there were smaller buildings with smaller networks. And we had a rethink as we were driving up on this recce to put a design in place to use a local solution, because what they had at the time was incentives for local manufacture rather than importation of these systems. And that promoted training, it promoted and created jobs, and it also promoted actually transitioning a sustainable solution that may be expensive and utilized elsewhere in the world to a location in Africa where the source, which was the sun, was readily available. So off we went and designed a system using a locally manufactured solar water. Well, we had a number of solar water heaters, and we actually connected them via network to the ablution blocks for the accommodation blocks we've designed. And we also harnessed the heat from comfort cooling to provide a backup heating system for times where, you know, there may not be enough coverage for the solar collectors. So on that note, please, your ideas in terms of transitioning to Africa. Any discussion points, please?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to you, Jack and Leke, for the presentation on the Sustainable Technologies case of transitioning to Africa and emerging markets. And it's now time for questions and answers. So you can send us your questions via the chat. So for those of you registered for the webinar, there's a chat facility where you can put your chat there. I see a lot of people introducing themselves and telling us where they're reaching us from, but you can put your questions in as well. And then hopefully Jack and Leke will be on the line to take your answers. And if you have other questions on whatever you may have heard earlier, I realized that they were feeding in from the presentations that went on ahead. So if you have any questions to the Danish ambassador or to the deputy ministers who spoke, or Cornelius, this is the time for us to do that. Okay, so there are some questions coming in. Thanks again. This is from Judith. And she says, what are some of the costs involved in making carbon neutral buildings and heating and cooling systems? So costs involved. Jack or Leke, you want to take this one?
Yes, so as you can imagine, the costs would be specific to the design you want to put in place, really. I don't think you can, we can name or advise on a generic cost, if you like. But you can design for simplicity, you can design quite complex systems, and you can design for resilience and redundancy as well. So there's some of the underpinning factors that may affect your cost. Things like skills, because when we look at cost, I think you have to look at it from the perspective of the whole life cycle, rather than perhaps just the installation or the CapEx costs. So to understand the true cost of your system, is always best to design with the life cycle in mind.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for the question, Judith Edu.
Right.
Any more questions from those here in the house? And for those of you who are on in the chat room, would love to have your contributions here. There was a comment here I saw about just agreeing that collaboration is key to make this a success. And when I find it, I will read it for you. Thank you. Any hands in the house? Anybody online? Okay, I have a question to the presentations related to technology. Do you utilize the existing knowledge in connection to these new technologies? This is from Michael to all of us, Michael Bada, I believe. Do you utilize existing knowledge in connection to new technologies?
Yes, so I can answer some of this. So for example, I have a master's in oil and gas engineering. And in the last 7 years, I've been working in low carbon energy. So for example, as I said, we're working on a ground source heat pump. But when you think about drilling for oil and gas, now we're drilling for water or energy from the ground. We look at networks, and you have gas networks, you have heat networks, or you have cooling networks. There are transferable skills that you have within the system, and what you have to do to transition from the current way of working to a sort of sustainable way of working is to utilize some of those skills, because there will be a skills gap. But what you have to do is, engineering is broad, but in some ways you have some shared values and understanding of how things work, and you need to retrain and keep those skills. And the more people you can retrain, the easier it is for you to transition. Yes, the new technologies are new in the sense of how we use them, but generally some of the skills that we have, the soft skills are transferable, and that's what you need to focus on, is this transferable skills to enable that transition to low carbon energy.
Okay, so
just to add to that as well,
yes.
I think when you think about, just to add to what Leke said as well, it's always good to look at the non-engineering sort of skills as well. It's really, really important. So the commercial sector, we spoke about finance, we spoke about availability of people. It's really, really important that, all spheres understand, what the benefits of district energy and other technologies are when it comes to the green context.
Okay, another question here from Victor Atiemu Obeng. Executing a project in the UK is vastly different from one in Africa, in an African context. What do you see as the major challenges in transitioning to Africa?
That's the first statement is very correct, and I think again what we're proposing is we're not saying it's a one size fits all. However, I think the one thing that we've talked about in the past is coherent policies. And as long as the policies are in place and we have the legal and the legal frameworks are agreed beforehand, I think let's put it this way: what you want is a level playing field. You want people to know that once they're on the pitch, the goalposts are not going to move, and that's what investors want. They want clarity. They want guarantees that yes, once they invest in this solution, most of the energy solutions that we're looking at might be multiple years of payback. And the last thing you want is a sort of ever-changing policy that's not coherent, whereby you're more likely to lose your initial investment. And to transition, I think we need to have the right policies in place, and also the right people to enact those policies. And obviously, you need the skills and processes in place to ensure that it's delivered, irrespective of what country you are in.
Okay. Just a reminder that all those of you who are attending this online, please leave your comments in the chat box. And there's a comment here from Emanuela Ontoyin, a green building researcher. And I quote, "I'd like to state that in 2019, during my research, I made some observations. Firstly, the government agency EPA doesn't subscribe to the net zero global goal. Therefore, it has no plans to drive that but may have other projects to reduce emissions. Secondly, to ensure the full implementation of the Green Building Code, it's important to have architects and assemblies to vet the drawings rather than rely on the draftsmen, which is currently the case. And then thirdly, 2019 energy policy of the Ministry of Energy has plans for bringing in nuclear and coal online to produce cheaper electricity. My question to the organizers is, was EPA invited or have they been engaged with regards to net zero? To the Ministry of Works and Housing, we all know the deficit in the housing sector. How are they bridging the gap by constructing green building? This is a serious four-part, multifaceted, multi-sectorial question. And we'll first break it down. Was EPA invited? That's the easiest one. I'll go with that first. So yes or no? Yes, they were. They were? Yes, they were invited. Did they come? Well, are they here? Okay, so maybe they are online. We'll go and check. We'll go and verify. Trust in God, but lock your car. So we'll go and check. All right, Ministry of Works and Housing. We all know the deficit in the housing sector. How are you bridging the gap by constructing green building? Well, the Ministry of Housing is here, is represented by Works. Deputy Minister, yes, we want to know how you're bridging the gap. You want to step forward and speak. Thank you. It's the powers of the MC. You can get people to come and talk. All right.
Thank you very much. Like, as I said in my presentation, we are putting together this National Housing Authority. And that is an institution that we think to be the right structure to provide the policies and look at, there'll be purely professionals that will be running that institution. The ministry, as at now, is just more of a political institution. So we want to set up the National Housing Authority. And we believe that with professionals and technical people in there, they'll be developing the necessary policies, and then they will come with the ideas that will be able to develop the housing sector so that we can meet the needs of Ghanaians. For the 2 million housing deficit that we are all crying about, this is not something that the government alone can handle. It is something that we are looking at partnering the private sector. Currently, a lot of discussion is going on. And the issue is not only about building 2 million houses. I mean, if you put up 2 million houses, you will need the people to take up the houses. And for now, looking at the income levels in this country, if people build houses, the developers will tell you when they put up a house, 2-bedroom house, it will cost like $50,000 or more. How many Ghanaians or working class Ghanaians can pay for a 50,000 2-bedroom house? So what the ministry is engaging now is to work with financial institutions, work with development partners to see whether we can develop a long-term mortgage system. You know, in our country here, we don't have a good mortgage system. Somebody goes to buy a house, the best loan tenure that he will get to be maybe 5 years. And for 5 years to pay for a $50,000 house, many people cannot qualify for it because you also need to take care of some other needs, the house expenses, water, food. So you cannot just use all your monthly earnings to pay for the house. So we are thinking about how to develop a long-term mortgage system for like 15 years or more, so that many of our people can qualify to be able to buy a house. So that if the developer builds a house, then the demand will also be available. For now, we have 2 million housing deficit, but the research that we have now tells us that about 60% of Ghanaians really require support from government, subsidy, before they can own a house. And in fact, 35% of Ghanaians cannot own a house, cannot have access to decent house, except it is built for them to use. And we all know our economy right now cannot support that system. So we think that the National Housing Authority will help us develop the necessary policies, give us the necessary ideas so that as a government, as a political institution like the ministry, then we'll just move with it and get it solved. Thank you very much.
I'm pretty sure one of the training modules for ministers and deputy ministers is the ability to think on your feet and answer questions when you're called up impromptu. But thank you so much for your comments. We're going to take a 3-minute stretch around, walk around, pause, and then we'll come back for the panel. The panel is one that you do not want to miss. By the way, thank you very much, Jack, Ajete, and Leke Oluwole for your presentations.
Thank you, Kafui.
It's a real pleasure.
One before we, just a quick one before we go, please.
Yes.
Just to echo what the Honourable Minister said, and in line with the summit's next steps, we're open to support technical research and feasibility studies because, like it was mentioned, we need all hands on board. We're open to get speaking and lecturing opportunities. We do that with a lot of universities and professional bodies here, so we would be open to doing that. Coaching and mentoring is a big one as well, and we're more than happy to do that, as well as providing, training and advisory consultancy services and participating in advisory bodies and board discussions to shape policy. So by all means, please reach out to us, and it's been a pleasure to join you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you, Leke. I'm sure we can get through to you. Looking at the conference documents, the website would know how to get in touch with you. So we're going to take a small break. We'll come back for a panel. It's on creation of water efficient and energy smart cities. I'll be moderating, and we have a really powerful panel of experts to give us their insights into the conversation. So take a quick break. Did I say 2 or 3 minutes? I'll make it 5. 5 minutes. Use the washroom, take a break, drink something, and then we come back here for the panel. Thank you so much. This is the 4th Ghana Green Building Summit 2021 Hybrid Edition. See you in 5.
You want a printed copy?
Yes, please. Good. We have. One. Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can hear me. Yes, it's a hybrid edition on the theme Rethinking Operations Management for High Performance Buildings. We've got a couple of sub-themes that should tickle your interest. And so these sub-themes refer to energy efficiency and renewables, water efficiency, and green finance. We now have a panel on the creation of water efficient and energy smart cities, which is going to run for roughly an hour. And so I'm going to first of all have the presenters introduce themselves, and then we can go straight into business. So I have representatives from Grundfos West Africa, Willow Technologies, Tactis, and Ramboli. I'm going to start with the one closest to me right now. Please just let us know your name and what you do.
Okay, thank you very much, Kofi, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege to be here. We are happy to have the Danish ambassador with us. My name is Martin Appiah-Dankwa. I'm responsible for Grundfos West Africa. I'm responsible for a segment of the business called Commercial Buildings.
Great stuff. Okay, simple and sweet. And do we have Bernard on the webinar? Bernard. How about Soren? Soren, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Soren, please just introduce yourself briefly. Tell us what you do.
My name is Soren Wilser, and I'm a global consultant working mainly in the water sector. Yes.
Very much. You have lots of water behind you, so. Bernard, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, Bernard, tell us who you are and what you do.
Okay, great. So I'm Bernard Binagwaho. I'm based in Kigali in Rwanda, and I work for a French consulting company specialized in digital infrastructure and services. So we work mainly for governments and regulators on helping them build roadmaps and blueprints on their infrastructure strategy and also on their smart city strategy. We also work for investment funds with due diligences on technical and marketing due diligences when they want to invest or buy out infrastructure, well, telecom infrastructure and things like that. And just to finish, I also work for Aston. So Aston is a network of 10 African cities that try and work together to promote smart city solutions. So Aston is financed by the French Agency for Development, and the Kumasi is part of the Aston network. So it's a very interesting concept. I hope I'll be able to talk a bit about it later on how smart cities and how African cities can work together instead of working each on their side and sometimes reinventing things.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Mei-Ling Loco, can you hear us, Mei-Ling?
Yes, everyone. Happy to join you this morning. My name is Mei-Ling Loco, and I'm the founder of Willow Technologies. It's a startup company that develops building materials and technologies from agro waste with applications for building materials, indoor air quality, and water treatment. I'm also an educator at Cooper Union in New York, as well as at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. So it's wonderful to join you all this afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much, Mei-Ling. We'll have a presentation at the end of this panel by Clement Nate Tete, who is a key account manager with Grundfos West Africa. So we just wanted you to just approach the topic of the panel from your perspectives. So I'll give you each, let's say 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes to speak to us about your thoughts as it regards the theme of the panel, creation of water efficient and energy smart cities. I'm going to start with Martin. Just give us your perspective on what you understand and how you connect to the theme that we have.
Thank you, Kofi. So now let's, just like the Honorable Deputy Minister said, there is a lot of population boom all over the world. And essentially, when there is an increase in population, it puts a lot of stress on housing. And it's key to look at it holistically in the sense that the increase in numbers puts a strain on the already strained resources available. And so it's important to look at, it's necessary to rethink the way cities or buildings are made and factories are constructed, because at the end of the day, there are more people, the resources are not increasing. So we need to effectively and efficiently manage the water resources and the energy resources so that we can all be served and we can all have productivity in our lives.
Okay, thank you for that. So that we can have productivity in our lives. Jumping off your last thought. Now, Soren, what's your perspective on the theme, creating water efficient and energy smart cities from where you sit? How do you connect with it?
Well, first of all, it's important to look at that we have water scarcity in many places of the world, and at the other side we also have a lot of flooding issues. So it's sort of, well, in many places we have way too much water, and in many places we have way too little water, and it's always evenly distributed, so we don't have it at the right time. So what is, and then this, and another dimension is, well, we might have a lot of water, but then the water quality is really poor. So basically what we are aiming at always is to look at how can we go in, keep the water where we have it, store it until we need it, reuse it as many times as we can. And of course, now we have the green buildings part of it, also make sure that we get use of it in order to sort of improve the livability for people in the urban areas.
Thank you for your opening comments. Now, Bernard, we'll be happy to hear about your perspectives on the theme.
Okay, thanks. So I'm sorry, I'll be a little bit off subject. So I'm not an expert on water and energy efficiency in buildings. I wanted to talk more about what was mentioned earlier. The massive urbanization means that cities in Africa are really going to have to, become more resilient and sustainable globally. So that, of course, deals with water efficiency, energy efficiency, but it also deals with waste management. It deals with mobility, traffic, and all those sort of things. So we work on the global strategy for cities going towards sustainability and resiliency. And I would just like to talk a little bit about one thing which is always underestimated when cities are working on these subjects is change management. The way the local authorities, the people in the administration, and the way the citizens themselves need to change the way they do things in order for all these solutions which are now possible based on digital infrastructure, digital services, for them to be efficient and in the long run and work in the long run, people need to change. And I think that's one topic I would like to talk about in this panel if I can later on, is how do change management, the importance of treating that right from the beginning when you're implementing a project, whatever type of project it is, to make sure that the solution you're implementing is going to be accepted and used and by the people and by also the different authorities.
Okay, thank you very much. It wasn't that off topic as you thought it may be. So definitely it's something very useful for us. Now, Mei-Ling, let's hear from you. Coming in with your perspectives. Yeah.
Sure. In a nutshell, I'm sort of engaging with the topic through the building material life cycle.
Okay.
And exploring how materials, particularly those that are found abundantly and are quite underutilized in the form of agricultural waste, given the fact that Ghana and many countries in the continent have this long history of exporting low-value agricultural products and not doing a lot with the waste. There are many opportunities for that to deal with a lot of the things around operational energy savings, as well as retaining water in cities that are now dealing with a ton of climate change phenomena like flooding. So I'll be talking about that primarily through a flagship agricultural resource, the coconut that we find all along the tropics. So looking forward to it.
Okay. So we've gotten the introductions out of the way, and I'm seeing a ticking time warning. I hope my technical people can do what is necessary before my people just exit the screen. But with that out of the way, with our introductions done, I want us to now dive into specific areas. So I'm interested now in, and for those who are off, I'm sure we'll try and get them back on. The screen has gone off, so we want to have them back on. So, but they're there. Okay, good. So great. So fantastic. So they're still there. So I want us to provide an overview of the water and energy fabric of homes and cities that you're all connected to. So wherever you are, we want to know what is happening in your cities. Can I start with my friend here, Martin?
Yes.
Martin, go ahead.
Definitely. I live in Accra, and many of you live in Ghana. First of all, the Ghana Water Company, they are doing a fantastic job. I think that the MD also, we have a lot of collaboration with the MD together with the Danish Embassy. There's a lot of works we are doing, a lot of development projects and refurbishment of pumping equipment, which was made possible by the Danish government and the support. Grundfos, first of all, is a Danish company, and we are signatories to the UN SDG 6 and 13. It talks about water and sanitation. So wherever we find a challenge, we bring our expertise and our products to bear. I live in Accra, we have water challenges, and I'm sure that if you do live in Accra, once in a while your taps run dry. And I think that maybe for a greater part of Africa, this is the challenge. And it tells, just like Soren said, that there's a lot of challenge on the water system. And if you look at the world is covered by 70–75% of water, but out of all this, only 3% is fresh water. And even with the 3% fresh water, there's only 1% that you could actually, that is accessible for drinking. And so the current situation is going to get worse until we seriously consider the need to look at how we use water, and then in terms of also of energy, how we maximize the energy use.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. I want to throw it to Soren. Just curiously, by way of just information, where are you based, Soren? Where are you reaching us from?
I'm based in Copenhagen in Denmark, but if you look at my calendar, well, right now it's empty from travel due to COVID, but otherwise it's like 80 to 100 travel days a year traveling around the world. So it's very much supporting urban development projects, water projects all over the world. Yeah.
Okay, so
actually, my most recent travel was actually to Ghana, because that was it was possible to travel to Ghana in the autumn. So
okay, just like same question I posed to Martin. Just want to have an overview of the water energy fabric of the cities that you are connected to. What insights can you give us? Just looking at where you live and work, and what can we learn from it? What can we take from where you are connected to?
But what I said also in the introduction, the water reuse, you have to think it into how you design the buildings, how you design the city, to make sure that the water is locally treated. You can have rainwater harvesting, store it locally, make sure that you can bring that into the design of the buildings, the design of the landscape. If you do that, then you get the benefits of a greener environment. You get cleaning the air, you're cleaning the water, and we can see this sort of a little bit more holistic view on water. So it's not just getting rid of it in sewer tunnels as fast as you can, but really keeping it upstream and keep it inside the urban areas and reuse it for ponds where you can treat it, ecosystems here. This is really how we can see the world is changing everywhere. And it's not only in Denmark. We get fantastic projects in Asia, US, all around the world, where people are going in and see, well, we spent the money, but we actually want to spend it the right way. And while go in and do this, we also think of of course energy consumption in the houses. We look at what is the water consumption in the houses. How can we harvest, how can we make areas where people living in this community can actually go out and grow crops, use that for leisure, of course, but also for having a more direct connection to the nature. And again, when we look at this, it's not always that it end up in a very expensive building. I heard the discussion before that, but very often you actually can, for the same amount of money, just spending it wise, making the design from the very, very early start, actually end up in a solution which is much more holistically wise, both from energy and water perspective.
Many thanks, Soren. I'll come to my link before I get to Bernard. You want to take a stab at the question? I mean, just looking at the whole water and energy fabric of the cities. You're based in Ghana, aren't you?
Yes, so I'm based between Accra and New York, but I'm actually in Scotland at the moment.
Okay.
But on a project that is actually quite related to the talk that I'm going to give. But in terms of the energy landscape, I mean, Ghana, quite similarly to many countries around the world, has a building sector that accounts for 40% of primary energy consumption. And when we break that 40% down, we know that 20% of that energy goes into building buildings, but the majority, that 80%, goes into operating the buildings, the maintenance, mainly to provide thermal comfort, right? And I think that's such a powerful theme, to think about the way in which our buildings, our materials that we're integrating to them are not divorced from the energy agenda. Many times in Ghana, we look to our mechanical systems to do all of the conditioning, but our materials, if they're wisely chosen as well as integrated, can play an active role in that. And so beginning to understand local technologies, beginning to experiment and develop standards for them, they are, growing, but there's a lot more to do, also to make them incredibly affordable. I'm also not a water expert, but a project that I've been working on that I'm going to talk about is the fact that we do have water scarcity within our buildings, despite the fact that, around this time, during the rainy season, we see an abundance of water, on our streets, outside our buildings. And so how do we manage water? How do we capture it, treat it? Because it's heavily polluted based on all of the materials that are in our urban environments, and then distribute it in a way that accounts for parts of the year where we may lack that resource. So we're facing many changes that are going to affect water consumption in our buildings and thermal comfort. What strikes me as the intersection around all of this is moisture. The fact that we condition our buildings not just to reduce the heat, but to take out all of that moisture from the air. And our systems have to work over time in places, hot, humid climates like Ghana. And so it goes back to the materials again. How do our materials deal holistically with everything in our environment, including moisture?
Great, thank you very much. It's always good to hear from the non-experts as well, because the ideas can come from all around. So we are glad to have you here on this webinar. Before I bring in Bernard, just a reminder that for those of you who are following us on the webinar, you can put your questions in there, and then when the time comes, we will definitely get there and get your contributions. Let's look a bit to the future. So we're looking at the energy and water efficient home of the future. What are your ideas around this? What do you expect to see? I'm going to start with the non-expert first, Bernard, and then get back to the experts on that. Yeah. So yes, Bernard, come right in.
Yeah, no, but could I intervene on the preceding subject about water in Kigali?
Yes, you can, and then jump into that.
I think definitely the priority for Kigali or Rwanda is not really water efficient buildings. I mean, it's important, but it would be getting water to everyone. I mean, today we're not in a region where there is a shortage of water. Right now, I don't know if you can hear through the sound, but we're in a really heavy rainstorm. And so we're more in a situation where we get a lot of water very quickly and can't, handle it. But today I'm always not astonished, but there's so many people who have to walk miles and miles to get water, including on the outskirts of Kigali, inside Kigali, everywhere. So a major objective, I think, priority is getting water to people and economizing all those millions of hours of work which people do today to go and collect water. So for me, that's the first priority. The second is actually waste management. There are so many, I don't know if it's I heard that more than 70% of the water in the water supply network is just wasted because of leaks, because of broken pipes, etc. And so identifying these leaks, these broken pipes as quickly as possible is also a major issue. So there are technologies for that, but we can come again to something which is much simpler, which is citizen engagement in helping authorities detect these things more rapidly than they could today without global supervision of this network.
Thank you very much. 70% of the water is wasted through leaks. That's a crazy figure, Yeah, but thanks for that. And now we can switch to the issue of the future, looking to the future, what an energy and water efficient home of the future will look like. Let me start with Martin. What should we expect? Some AI stuff?
I think maybe way beyond AI. If you've seen the Toyota video on their smart cities, you want to think of it, Toyota is a car manufacturer. Why would they be going into smart cities?
Yeah, why?
But they have a 175-acre land somewhere in Japan, and they are pioneering solutions into, smart cities with the whole delivery system underground, with self-driving vehicles and all of that. Maybe in Ghana, the discussion may be way behind us now, but we want to look at the areas that we can easily tackle and manage. Just like Mai said, a lot of the energies that are produced goes into buildings, from the construction phase and ultimately to when the building is being used. For instance, in the US alone, about 76% of the energy generated goes into buildings. And we are talking about heating, the air conditioning, the wastewater systems and all of that. If we are able to design very intelligent system that can reduce the amount of energy we are saving there, we could be doing everybody a lot of good. For instance, out of this 76% of energy going into buildings, the bulk of it, which is about 50 to 55%, is just on the HVAC system, the heating, the ventilation, and the air conditioning. And so by using energy efficient products, if you use very intelligent product that is able to speak to itself in terms of the demand that the end user needs and what the system can actually supply. What our products and our own research and development we've seen is that from Grundfos, it is possible to save 40% on the energy being used in buildings if you use intelligent systems, if you use devices or energy efficient systems. It's just like, we may not be able to look at the materials that goes into it, but the utility side, the pressure boosting, the air conditioning, the heating and the ventilation, just changing the obsolete system or a very cheap and inefficient system and putting in a Grundfos solution has the potential to save you at least 40% on the energy. And that is a discussion that we want to have with the developers and the designers. Just like Soren said, when you want to get a smart building, it's that you begin at the design. It is extremely difficult and expensive to make a building energy efficient after it has been erected. So a lot of this is actually at the planning, the design phase, where we have the policymakers coming together, the Institute of Architects, the contractors, the consultants. We have a roundtable. We discuss that we cannot continue to do things the way we are doing now. We cannot continue buying the cheap and inefficient product because that is what we are planned for. But thinking about the future, the world that we live in, the world that our children are coming to live in, we may need to begin to engage some of these very intelligent solutions, because at the end of the day, the energy efficient savings and the benefits that will come to all of us, it's tremendous.
Thank you very much. Now to Soren, and I Googled you up and I was reading the little blurb there that your company says, we help organizations develop towards a sustainable future. And I want to see how that ties into what we want to see in the future as far as water and energy efficient homes look like. What's the vision?
Well, I think it's not only on the houses. We need to think on the whole urban areas, as was also said both by Bernard and by Grundfos and Meiling, that, for example, with the leaking infrastructure, well, it's totally insane that you're losing so much water in the water supply system. The technology is there, and if you go to Denmark, we have maybe 5% leakage in our pipeline system, and the pipes are still close to 80 years old in Copenhagen as well. So it's not because of the age; it's simply because of how you manage the pipes. And then going a little bit to Grundfos, they're providing the pumps that we send it around. If you have 70% or 60% leakage in the water system, then you're actually sending so much water out and use so much energy to pump it out, where you could just save it. And it's also about, how do you manage then the pumps? If you start putting full pressure on the pumps all the time, the harder pressure you have in the pipes, the more leakage you get. So have sort of a managed system where the pressure is actually the minimum you need for the consumers. Then when you get into the houses, of course, you can also see that the installations you use, well, a toilet in Denmark use 2 liters of water for a flush. Well, you can push the other button and get the big flush, which is 6 liters of water. I have been to California. It's the worst place of all, to be honest. Hope there's no Americans beating me afterwards. But when you put the flush, it's like 20 gallons of water that goes into the toilet. It's not cleaner than in Denmark. So it's thinking of the toilets. You can get extremely water inexpensive or efficient toilets. You can have the showers. They are if you have air diffusers and that, they save 20% of the water compared to the other ones. If you took the dishwashers, they take the one with low water consumption. And the washing machines, all these start from when you buy it and then use that. There's so much water to be saved in the system here. And by the way, whenever you save the water, you always also save the energy.
Thank you very much. Just thinking about those figures, just 5% wastage versus 70% elsewhere. I'm wondering what would happen if in Denmark, somebody got up and reported that there was 70% wastage in the water. People will get jailed, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes.
No, in Denmark, you would get fined. If you have more than 10% water leak from water utility, then you get a huge fine. And you have to pay it as a utility yourself, which means that there's a huge incentive not to waste the water.
Wow, we need some Denmark here, Bernard, your thoughts on the future of water and energy and water efficient homes of the future. Where do you think it's going to go? Yes.
Yeah, I won't go into the technology part. I mean,
yes, indeed.
Some great technology ideas have come up, but I'd like to rebound on what Soren said. The future for me is educating people so that they change their habits. Mm-hmm. I think that's a little step which can do so much. And of course, it's important to go into these very high-tech solutions with intelligence that can monitor networks, etc., etc. But you can see that a lot can be done by the individual. He talked about the toilets. You can talk about simple things like people who brush their teeth and leave the water on. I mean, there are thousands of examples of how in our everyday life, people who are used to having running water just waste it. And yeah, so I come again to the key part for me is a sustainable city. No city can become resilient and sustainable if the people themselves don't change the way they do things and their engagement with regards to the city. And they stop thinking that it's someone else's responsibility and it's not theirs. Mm. And that's why I think that tools like we're trying to implement here in Kigali, like the Citizen Portal, where people can interact directly with authorities, which are very important to get the people to engage and consider themselves responsible for their own city. So I really hope that the future is an engaged citizen who has the tools to talk directly with the city, who can contribute directly to the management of the city, can give his ideas, can interact with the decisions that are made, etc. I think for me that is key to implementing all the rest that has to be done. But yeah, that for me is, I hope, would be the future.
Thank you very much, Bernard. And I'll just come to you, Mei Ling, bouncing off what Bernard said about the future being educating people to think about conservation, reuse, saving energy. As an educator, what would be the best ways to go about that so that we can bring about water and energy efficient cities of the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, architectural education, engineering, architecture alike tend to see components in our buildings and our cities as discrete entities, so things that operate and are optimized for single functions. And I think picking up on what has just been said, I think the idea that a house, every system, every material that is integrated into a house or a city considers that whatever comes out of it in terms of waste is a resource for another. And so that involves a material and mechanical integration. It involves thinking across scales, like we just saw in the Lekki District project. I also think a lot about the fact that we concentrate so much, even in your question, on what does the building of the future or the home of the future look like? And often some of the more insidious aspects of how we would live and actually enjoy lives in our homes or in the city has to do with the full experience. How does the building smell? Today, we're surrounded by tons of materials that are off-gassing invisible stuff into our air, and we're breathing that and leading to a ton of respiratory diseases. And so I think the future of buildings needs to be probiotic, not antibiotic. And COVID has introduced a whole realm of control that we are yet to reckon with. But the idea that we integrate plants and flora that are very good at taking waste, pollutants from our indoor air as food for their growth. And there are many systems that use that today. And I would end on, what Bernard was just describing, which is about looking at ourselves and the fact that all of our energy and water sort of agendas in our building are very much about the human being passive and everything in the building serving the human. And we really need to engage with a much more active and broad understanding of what the human can adapt to. And that means redefining what comfort means for us. I can imagine all of us are sitting in air-conditioned rooms with very narrow set points. Oh, wow, okay. Go Denmark and go Bernard, wherever you are.
It's too cold here for air conditioning. We are heating on.
Well, the air is conditioned, not necessarily just cooled. And the fact that we are much more capable of finding thermal delight, not just comfort, by moving around, by adjusting our habits. And it also falls back into building sector professionals for rethinking thermal experiences. Too often in Ghana, you walk from a hot street into a very cold building, and there's no thermal gradient that conditions your body. And so this is a wonderful building that you are in Accra that conditions it through sort of large-scale veranda spaces and atriums. And I think that type of new typology and programs like that would also increase our love of being in buildings and in the city. Yeah, maybe a different take on what the home or the city of the future may look like, and how might we experience it holistically, differently.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, and I do agree with you about the building that we're in. Well, the colors outside is yellow, but definitely it's a green building because a lot of things seems to be working, and I know there's a good reason why the summit is being held here. We will take a presentation as part of this interaction and then get questions out of it after. And so I'm going to pause right now to allow Clement Nate Tete, who is Key Account Manager at Grundfos West Africa, to do a presentation linked to this particular panel that we are having, after which we'll take questions from those of you who are following us in the webinar online or here in the hall at this fourth Ghana Green Building Summit. So Clement Nate will give us a brief presentation on what he will be speaking to us on, and then we'll take your questions as well on this. So Clement, if you're ready, you can put your microphone on and then just go with the flow.
Okay, thank you, Kafri.
Yes.
Thank you all for making time to be here. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Danish Ambassador and your team, and the Minister for Works and Housing and his team as well. Thank you all for the opportunity. My name is Clement Nati Tete. I'm the Key Account Manager for Grundfos. I'm responsible for Domestic Building Services segment. We are shortly going to look at the okay. So yeah, we are going to look at the Grundfos approach to water efficient and energy smart cities. Yes, Grundfos is a water solutions company. Let me take this off. Grundfos is a water solutions company with a key interest in pumps and pumping systems. Grundfos was started in Denmark. Grundfos currently employs over 19,000 people in 100 companies, more than 100 companies, and Grundfos can be found in more than 60 countries in the world. Yes, today we are talking about water. Water, although the most abundant resource on the planet, only 3% of it is fresh water, and only 1% is drinkable. So if anybody is wondering the need for this discussion today, it is very important that we look at this discussion and we look at efficient systems to enhance the distribution of these abundant resource, yet very scarce resource that we are looking at. If you take an ideal home, like we are seeing, we would have the water intake, which may either be a groundwater source or a water intake from the mains. Also, we would have the drainage system for the building. We would also have the wastewater system there. And we may need some boosting system also to boost some pressure so that we can have some good pressure in our showers to use. We are looking at this because if you take a city, it will be made up of individual homes. It will be made up of buildings, which will be scaled up to cities, municipalities, and then countries. Yes. So if you take a commercial facility like what we have here, my colleague Martin talked about the fact that an ideal building consumes about 76% of the energy that is produced. If you take a system, a building like what we have here, a commercial facility, we would have the HVAC system, that is the heating and then the ventilation system, or some hot water circulation system in the building. Grundfos provides efficient pumping solutions to enhance these systems as well. So we can have a very efficient hot water circulation system. We could also have water intake systems and some water treatment systems there as well. Yes, Grundfos does this efficiently through what we call the demand-driven distribution, and that is what we will look at shortly. Can we get audio? Can we get a sound?
Audio. At least we can read us.
Yes, it seems we've lost the sound.
Okay.
Yeah, we can read it.
So basically for demand-driven distribution, we are looking at how to enhance this very scarce resource through efficient pumping systems. So if you look at
So moving?
No.
Can't move? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So for demand-driven distribution, we are looking at efficient ways of enhancing this pumping systems. For demand-driven distribution, we are looking at how accurately water can be delivered to our homes, our municipalities, our cities, cutting the waste in the system due to excess pressure that comes from our waterworks. In Ghana, we'll be talking of Ghana Water. So you know that normally for the water to get to the farthest community, Ghana Water or our water works would ensure that there is enough pressure in the system. What happens with this system is that a lot of energy is used, a lot of energy is wasted, and then it puts excessive pressure also on the mains, the water lines. What happens is that due to this excessive pressure, we may from time to time have water leakages on the mains. And some of us would have seen this phenomenon in our communities, whereby sometimes it will take maybe some time a day before you get the line fixed. Thereby, you see that we'll be losing water, and yet the pump will continue running, losing energy. And that is how come Groundforce came up with this demand-driven distribution system. By this, we are looking at using variable speed frequency drives. Thereby, the pump delivers, and the pump is able to intelligently know the exact amount of water that is needed, and then the pump varies the speed of the motor to produce the precise amount of water that is needed, and then consuming the right amount of energy that is needed to produce that amount of water. Thereby, you save the pressure that is going to be on the lines. At the same time, providing optimum pressure that is needed at the end for the end users to use. Yes. So by this technology, we realize that we are able to save more on energy, and we are able to cut down on the losses of water, which is also leading to loss in revenue to the state. Yes. So this same technology is applied or employed in most of Groundforce's pumps. For instance, this Groundforce Scalar 2 is a domestic pump for smaller buildings or apartments or for smaller homes. The Scalar 2 is an all-intelligent, all-in-one pump. The Scalar 2 has the same variable speed drive technology. You can see the nice interface that it has here. The Scalar 2 also has a lot of intelligence to be able to detect faults and leakages in our homes. So for instance, in an ideal home whereby, let's say if you have any faucet or anything that is leaking, or any of your fixtures that is leaking, the pump will continuously run until all the water from the source is completely out, and then your motor probably gets bent. This Scalar 2 pump has a lot of intelligence to be able to determine the leakage in the line, give you a fault signal, the pump will stop, run for some time, and then if it still detects the fault, it will stop and then continue to run and continue to give you the fault signal. This pump also, once the water runs out of your system, is able to detect it and let you know that there is no water currently in your reservoir. Yes. So with this small domestic pump here, we realize that Groundforce is able to scale it up, this same technology, into bigger pump usage for our commercial and then municipal use as well. So if you take a classic city like this, if you look at the airport, a lot of pumps are being used from the main water supplying the water to the airport, to the chiller system or the heating system, all the way to the water treatment plant, to the fire network. Pumps are needed. So when my colleague says that pumps consume about 76%, we can all see it now. pumps are needed to enhance that environment, enhance that space. And Grundfos provides the same solutions in bigger pumps to be able to cut down on energy and then cut down on the waste of water as well. Another classic solution that Grundfos also provides is what we call the ACPure and then the ACTAP. We know that one of the biggest challenges that we face, especially in developing countries and in rural areas, especially rural Ghana, is the mobilization of revenue from the water that is supplied. And that is another part that Grundfos provides an efficient solution to that. With this integrated water treatment system that uses ultrafiltration, we are able to provide a solution to treat the water from our rivers in our communities. And also using this ACTAP system, we are able to monitor the revenue that is coming. This system uses water ATM, it's a water ATM, so it uses water cards. So there is a vendor, and then the buyers have an ATM that they slot it in to buy their water, and then it gives you the right volume of water that is needed to buy. And then this can also be connected to the cloud. Thereby, we are able to monitor even the revenue collected all the way even in the cities or the water centers. So this provides a very efficient system of collecting revenue, also of treating water, thereby saving the very scarce resource that we are talking about, and also enhances and ensuring that water gets to our rural communities as well. Yes. So this video would have given us a bigger picture of the Grundfos LifeLink solution. That is our ACPure and then our ACTAP. So to sum it all, Grundfos provides very efficient, very energy efficient and water efficient solutions to save our homes, to save our communities. The waste we have in our system in terms of water losses, and also to cut down on energy. For instance, if you take the Scalar 2 that we are looking at, it's just 0.55 kilowatts. A classic example that we would talk about was one time we had a request to deliver a 2.2 kilowatt pump for a building project, but upon interaction with the consultants and the contractors, we realized that only 0.55 kilowatts, 3 of 0.55 kilowatts pumps was needed instead of 3 of 2.2 kilowatts pumps. Thereby, we're able to save them over 35,000 Ghana cedis. And also, you can tell the energy differences. So that is what Grundfos also stands for. We stand to have interactions with consultants. We offer trainings so that we would be able to offer you the right solutions for the building system, the building and then the water services sector, so that we can be able to also cut down on energy and optimize the very scarce resource that is water that we are talking about. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Clements Nati Tete, who is a key account manager for Grundfos West Africa, for your presentation. Of course, his details are over there, email and phones, you can get through to him. Just dive through my questions to see if there are any questions from any of you who are following the presentations so far. And I'm just checking to see. Don't have any so far, which means that you were following up. Are my people still there? I know I can see definitely that one of the presenters is here. Martin is here, but if the others are here, I just wanted your final comments. Soren, Bernard, and Mei Ling, but I'll start with Martin. So what do you want us to take away from this particular panel? We're looking at creating water efficient and energy smart cities. What are the key things that you would like us to take away from this conversation?
Thank you, Kofi. But we are very much delighted to be part of this panel because, as a solutions provider, we would want to engage with the relevant stakeholders or, partners in the building and construction sector. We still stand by the fact that you can only get a building smart at the design phase. And a lot of the time when you are speaking to the experts, especially in terms of the systems that consume a lot of energy from my own presentation and Clement's presentation, more than 55% of energy produced are used in the HVAC systems alone. Buildings consume a lot of energy. So we would want to have discussions with consultants, architects, engineers who want to, be part of the solution in designing smart buildings. This is doable. We can do this. And a lot of the time, changing an obsolete technology with an energy efficient one is a lot of saving. If you look at the whole product life cycle cost, it's just spent 5% in buying the equipment, another 10% in the maintenance and the repairs or the labor cost. 85% of the total ownership cost is in energy. And so if you really want to save on money, you want to look at how much energy you are going to spend whilst you own the product. And this is where the discussion should be. Having efficiency in the product that is being used in a system, and then intelligent system that can also save a lot of water. Thank you, Kafi.
Thank you very much. Martin Pierre Dankwa, the Sales Manager, Commercial Building Services with Grundfos West Africa. I want to say thanks to Mei Ling Loco, who's Assistant Professor Adjunct at Cooper Union and founder of Willow Technologies, Ghana, as well as Bernard Binagwaho, who is the Africa and Middle East Director, Tactis, France and Rwanda, and Soren Vilshoy, who is the Global Division Director of Water Resources, Rambo, Denmark, for a very stimulating conversation on creating water efficient and energy smart cities. You are right here. I would like to hear your last comments, your takeaways, what you want us to take away from your conversations. I think I'll start with Mei Ling. Mei Ling, as we are wrapping this up, what would you want us to take away with ourselves from your presentation, your insights on creating water efficient and energy smart cities from where you sit?
Right. No, I'm guessing we're not going to be presenting. So I think, one, we need new models for intersectorial relationships. I think about it a lot in terms of how the agricultural sector might serve as or drive a new material resource stream for building. And often there isn't the type of jobs and green collar skills, there today, and it requires imagination. And also being able to see members of our society who haven't necessarily been involved in managing our city's energy and water. I think about that particularly in terms of people within the informal sector, people who sell food, people who live on the streets. They know our cities incredibly well. And there's an opportunity to engage them in a wide range of problems, from waste to water transformation within the city. I also think that as architects, we need to figure out, and building sector professionals, we need to figure out new roles that are not necessarily just within that sort of extractive cycle. And that involves reinventing this business model where we're always answering to the client. I think there are other types of clients, including our environment, the public, and that involves moving from our offices into a lot more hands-on engagement and creating access through public education with a wide range of citizens. And so that's going to be critical to normalize the acceptance of, technologies, local technologies into our green infrastructure. And with that, I think I'll end, but it was hard to sort of put that in context without the presentation. But I feel some of the points from the discussion have been, touched upon some of that. So thank you.
And by the way, you did a great job. So thank you very much, Mei Ling Loco. Soren, your key takeaways?
Yeah, my key takeaways, I agree with Bernard that we need some change management here. That's really important. But also, like Grundfos Clement said, we need to take it in from the planning stage and make sure that when we do the investments that are needed, then make sure that they are done in the right way. Think in holistic, the sustainability perspective from the early start. Because when you have made the renovation, then it's too late to sort of make the add-ons. You have to think before you act and do it the right way. That's super important. And then another thing I would like to sort of bring in here, that there's so much experience around the world that we should share. We should not just go on our own. We should look at how do they do in Singapore, where they have extreme focus on water efficiency, energy efficiency. We should look at what we do in Denmark, for example, with the non-revenue water, to reduce that and bring that expertise in here. We should look at how do we make sure that we do not pollute the environment with the water we actually have. There's a lot of initiatives in Germany, for example, where you treat the water locally before it's discharged into the streams from the buildings. It looks nice. It actually makes livability much bigger in the urban areas by sort of pre-treating before you discharge it into the streams. So think a little bit more of this holistic way, and then use the experience we have from numerous places around the world where people have invented great systems, and don't go around trying to invent the wheel every time. That's really my key message here.
Thank you very much. Think before you act. Mei Ling also talked about other clients apart from just the client, but the environment and the public. What are your your key takeaways, Bernard?
Well, thanks again for inviting me. My first one is that from listening to everyone, I do believe that the technology is there. I mean, we were given lots of examples that there is technology, there are invented people who have found new ways of doing things. So there are technical solutions. My second take is that technology isn't everything. And I'll always come back to the same thing. My third is that I really agree with Soren, we need to share more. What can we do for cities to share and actively work together, not just participate together in summits, but get into a relationship, Accra with another city or many other cities. How are you guys doing things there? What difficulties have you faced? What are your successes? What can we learn? And that doesn't really exist today, which is, if you have the time, look up the Aston Network. We're trying to start something like these conversations going between the cities. I think that's really important. And then my last take is that government authorities need to work really on how do we better engage citizens. I just like to finish with an example. Everyone says that Kigali is the cleanest city in Africa. And it's not because I live here that I say so. I mean, I've been in quite a few different African cities and even European cities everywhere. Kigali is extremely clean. It is not because of technology. It is because of the people have decided that they want their city clean, and they have changed the way they do things. And so you can have huge results when people actively engage. So governments need to understand, why are people not engaging? Why do they not consider themselves responsible and act accordingly?
Thank you very much, Bernard, Soren, Mei Ling, Clement, and Martin, for your thoughts, your insights, your presentations. We want to thank you very much for making it a very rich discussion. A ton of messages on the chat, but time is my biggest enemy right now. So what I promise is that we'll respond to them directly from the chat to you. So have no fear. So that brings us to the end of that panel. Coming up next is a moderator break for me, because another moderator is coming to take care of sustainable material use and retrofitting. And I'll be listening with intense concentration on that one. So we'll be having three presenters, Emmanuel Stefanakis, Nelson Boateng, and Imran Rahman. And the moderating will be done by Nadia Tichiwa Mensah, CEO of Sixth Sense Manifesto. So this is the 4th Ghana Green Building Summit. And the next presentation comes up in 2 minutes. So you stay with us. Thank you so much. And keep sending in your comments and your suggestions to the chat on the webinar. Thank you. Next one coming up short while.
Everybody mingle, exclaim, I want to see you. Share you go dance you. As we the carry go, you know we borrow. We done the lose, all them girls, them like me now. See the way them rolling, put it down now. Them girls, them whining, put it down. Make me spend the money loud. Pop them bottles anyhow. Let me sex on the beach and I'll be grind. If you know, like I'm back to my this party is on fire. Me, I don't cause the soda. Disorder, I don't cause disorder. Me, I don't cause disorder. Disorder, I don't cause disorder. I don't cause disorder. Mental. See, take a look at me now, I'm a fresh boy. Everything good, everything on point. Everything, many things, something. This thing that I sing is hot. I like the way you whine it, the way you move your body. I like the way you do me, the way you do me. I'm out of bottle, I'm well to settle. I like the way you whine, the way you move to the baseline. See me now, I'm well, see me. Look me, then get post for TV. All the fine chicks, they want to follow me. This boy don't cast the soda. Disorder, I don't cast the soda. Disorder, I don't cast the soda. Start to the mental. Start to the mentally. Come on, get to find my lady. The way you dey move your body, girl. You sweet baby. You too cute, lady. Plus you set, see. I say you fine. You dey cast the soda. You dey cast the soda. As you dey carry go. You know you bad. You just dey move, but don't waste them like you now. See, I go like to know your parole. Done your whining, stop the bull up, that's in the soda. Disorder, I don't cast the soda. I don't cast the soda. Disorder, I don't cast the soda. I don't cast the soda. Mental. Start to the mental. Disorder, I don't cast the soda. I don't cast the soda. Disorder, I don't cast the soda. Start to the mental.
Hello.
Hi, Nadia.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Awesome, Imran. I think we're just waiting for Emmanuel Nelson to also appear.
Yeah, perfect. You can hear me clearly, right?
I can hear you just fine.
Wonderful. Okay. So excited for today, and just like to thank everybody for having us on this panel. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to speak about something that's so close to the heart and so relevant to everybody who's on the call today.
I think we're just waiting for Emmanuel and Nelson. Okay, so Nelson won't be with us. So it's just going to be Emmanuel and Imran that will be on this session today. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. There's Emmanuel.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm going to get started. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining this next session. It's on sustainable material, and it's about how best we can use sustainable materials when we're building our homes. I've got the pleasure of having Emmanuel Stefanakis and also Imran Rahman. If you please can introduce yourselves for the audience. Emmanuel,
Sure,
would you like to start?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for this invitation. It's great to present on this very important topic. Our company is based in New York State, but I personally am based in Cambridge, Massachusetts in the United States. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer and one of the founding team members at Echostone Housing. And I'll get into the presentation on the company in a second, but my whole career has been focused on sustainable economic development and devoted to applying ecological principles to planning, design, and construction. Design with nature philosophy, if you will, as was coined by my university mentor many, many years ago. So I've applied this method and principles to hundreds of projects around the world, including just under 1 million housing units in various countries. Also, just as a little bit of background, I'm also the designer and builder of the first LEED Platinum homes in Massachusetts and the 12th in the entire United States, which has provided me with enormous practical, experiential knowledge on green building. And but getting into the topic of the day, we founded this company not so many years ago in order to address the major barriers for building housing, but especially affordable housing. And there are 3 key factors that we've identified, and which actually it was memorialized after we began our company by a study published by McKinsey. And that is technology, systems, and finance. Today, I'm going to focus on the technology, and I'd be happy to address the other 2 topics at some later point.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's an introduction. I'm happy to just go on.
I'll let Imran also, I can tell you're very excited for us to get into it, which is fantastic. But if Imran can also introduce himself, please.
Yeah, I think on the matter of this topic, I share Emmanuel's enthusiasm, especially so about sustainable materials. So my name is Imran. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Gush. And Gush is basically an advanced materials company, and what we've dedicated ourselves to as a business, as a company, as an organization, is really to focus on what can better your living spaces. So the company was founded on the basis of personal problems, which is has to do with something called indoor air pollution, which not many people know about. And the main cause of this is actually something called VOCs, or volatile organic compounds. And so obsessively, what the company has done is we've researched and innovated on that basis on, trying to identify how to remove this problem and making that indoor environment safer for everybody, especially considering we spend 90% of our time indoors. And on that basis, we actually innovated our first and flagship product currently, which is a paint which purifies the air. And our product basically, when painted in your home, removes these VOCs, and at the same time, it's antibacterial. There's no odor, it removes odors, and at the same time, it also removes chances of mold and things like that. So we've really sort of come into this problem with an all-in-one solution. And looking at that from a more macro perspective, we do realize that actually there's more relevance in terms of sustainable technologies and green technologies and technologies that can do more for you, which is why we've looked inside the company and invested a lot more in R&D to develop new verticals of products along the lines of thermal solutions and whatnot, which I'm not going to get into today because we're not speaking about products. But essentially, what we're looking at is really how to make your buildings, your home, your environment, your office, your hotels, whatever it is, more sustainable, more green, more friendly to the people who are going to stay in them. Hence, our motto of bettering living spaces. Yeah.
Excellent. So I think that's a fantastic introduction, and I'm sure everybody's going to get prepared for the wealth of information that the two of you are going to provide. But before we jump into it, I just wanted to just give a bit of information. So there's activities falling under the title of shelter, the category, specifically within the building sector, account for some 40% of overall energy use and associated greenhouse gas emissions, and a majority due to material resource and use. So this is the reason why this particular session is really important. So on that basis, sustainable construction should be the rule and not the exception, something that government and housing or building associations, etc., really take on board. So within this session, it's going to be really exciting for us to really delve deep into looking at what sustainable resources actually are, identifying them, because sometimes it's a heavy word. People are not too sure what sustainable materials are. They think it's something out of reach. And then for us to look at practical ways in which people can use sustainable items or equipment to be able to technology their homes or their buildings. So I'm going to get started with you, Emmanuel, because I know you have a presentation for us that you'd like to go through. You've done a few projects in Panama and also Nigeria as well. And you're also getting ready to do a project here in Ghana, which is exciting. So I'm going to hand over to you so that you'd be able to take everybody through what EcoStone does and how you've been able to apply that into the building sector.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we focus on three aspects: the technology and a paradigm shift, bringing the technology into the 21st century and moving through various housing systems, a way to accelerate the speed of construction, the velocity of construction, because not only to meet the dire demands, but also to address the cost of money. And if we can build homes in 14 days, as you'll see in a moment, as compared to 14 months or 6 months, it's extremely important in meeting this deficit. I'd like to show you a very brief film, 2 days, which highlights our technology, and then I'll get into the specifics of it. So enjoy the ride for a moment. This is our first project in Nigeria.
Emmanuel, does it have sound? We don't seem to be able to hear anything.
Oh, there is sound. Well, it's music and not a narrative, but I'll happy to narrate. This is a demonstration project we did in Nigeria. It was demonstrating that we could build a home in 14 days using our technology. It's focused primarily on an advanced form of concrete called CLC, cellular lightweight concrete, and the application of that concrete in this advanced forming system that is designed and manufactured in Germany. You'll see the machine there, the yellow machine, which produces on-site, in situ, cellular lightweight concrete. This concrete is a sand, cement, and a foaming agent in addition to water. Can you hear me now? You still hear me?
Hello, Emmanuel.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Hi. I think I just lost you for a second.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me, I'll jump this forward a bit. Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You
All right,
dropped
we
off.
seem to be having a little bit of a technology issue here. Anyway, the application of this technology is, we've used it, as I said, we're a young company. We've done a project in Panama and in Nigeria. This is a brief overview of what we completed in Badagry, Lagos State, about a year ago. It is the first EDGE Advanced certified project in Nigeria, and if I recall correctly, it was only the third EDGE Advanced project in all of Africa, which resulted in about 53% energy savings, 42% water savings, and 35% less embodied carbon by applying our technology and systems. A quick overview on our Panama project, which we achieved. This was our first project ever. It was a 32% energy savings, 35% water savings, and 58% embodied carbon. This is an interesting one because this is phase one, where we had applied our technology to an existing architectural plan. But in phase two, we've adjusted the design to make it more efficient, actually smaller, but more spacious. And we've achieved over 50% energy savings at the same time that we've reduced cost. So this is the secret to our technology. It's a portable in situ concrete factory about the size of a large SUV. It mixes cement with sand and foaming agent to produce cellular lightweight concrete. And that is poured into formwork. It can be poured at different densities and therefore have extraordinary superior properties to traditional concrete while providing substantial strength. We apply this primarily to single and double story structures at the moment. The cellular lightweight concrete is about half the density of traditional concrete. And by injecting a foaming agent into the concrete, there are millions of air bubbles which provide insulation and a very good comfort for individuals. In Panama, we've actually measured the temperature difference between inside and outside to be over 10 degrees Celsius. But equally importantly is the sustainability, embodied carbon. And as you'll see in the graph, these two graphs, our building system is the upper graph, which just intrinsically reduces the carbon footprint by about 40%. And this is done through the way production of concrete is made. That's the darkest blue area that you see. But we also, because we produce on-site and on demand, we have far less waste. We don't have heavy machinery, trucking going back and forth across the city. And we also reduce the carbon intense materials of coarse aggregate. And in terms of EDGE, these are the ways that we apply the EDGE algorithm to our buildings to increase energy savings, water savings, and embodied carbon. That's a brief overview. I'm happy to address any more questions or dive more deeply into any of these topics. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We do have one question. So I'd just like to say to our participants that if you have any questions, please feel free to post it. And rather than waiting till the very end, I might ask them throughout our session. So I have one question here, which is from Michael Rada. It's asking how many of the properties have tenants already? I'm not sure. I don't necessarily know. Are you the property developer and also the person that rents out the properties as well, or how does it work for you?
As a young company, we started off by being the developers and contractors, which is what we did in Panama and Lagos. We currently have shifted our business model now that we've proved the concept to being a technology solutions provider. In this way, we work with local contractors and developers, and we can have an exponentially larger impact on the supply of housing in different countries. So the project in Panama is fully occupied, and the project in Lagos is about a third occupied, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check the number, but still in the process of being sold. These are units available for sale, not for rent. Having said that, yes.
I think you should tell them how much that the properties in Lagos go for, the cost of it.
Well, the cost, of course, is dependent on so many factors, right? The cost of land, the cost of local materials and labor. We use all local labor. We bring in trainers, but shift the responsibility to local skilled and unskilled laborers. In Lagos, the home that you saw in the presentation is about 64 square meters, 2-bedroom unit, and the sale price is about $25,000. The home in Panama, different economy, different government, different geography. Those homes sell for somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000, and they're about the same size.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, Imran, do you have a presentation for us as well? Or shall I dive straight into the questions?
Let's dive straight into the questions. I don't have.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. So I'd like us to explore like different examples of sustainable materials, as I said, because a lot of the time people think they're far removed from what actual sustainable materials are, but especially within this climate that we live in, it's right underneath our noses. So could we actually look at the different types of sustainable materials there are that we could actually use within our building projects? Imran, I'll go for you.
Well, for us as a building materials sort of supplier or innovator, there's a variety of materials that we can consider, but how we like to break it down at Gush is into 3 aspects. So we have materials with primary impact towards sustainability, secondary impact, and of course the tertiary impact. So primary impact being at point of manufacturing, like how does this ensure that our sustainable goals are met? So let me give you an example. In the way that we manufacture our paints, we have been very cautious not to apply things like heat or excessive mining of raw materials that might otherwise be pollutive versus traditional paints, which require heat and hence have a larger carbon footprint. Gush's manufacturing technique, at least for our paints, involves pulverization technique, which is just basically like grinding the raw materials into very fine particles and then going through a mixing process. So in that's the primary impact that we assess, because that's the impact of us to produce that material. I will not get into the secondary impact, but in terms of tertiary impact, it's at point of application. And for us, we do believe that sometimes less is more, because a core part of sustainability is about demand and supply. And one thing that's been happening is that in terms of the whole like commercial conversation and in terms of driving towards economic growth, we're always talking about consumption and increasing demand and increasing sales. At Gush, we believe less is more, which is why we believe we wanted to put all our technological finesse into one singular product that can do more for you. Which is why our paint was developed as a 6-in-1 solution. And with that in mind, you can think of things like preventive maintenance, because in Accra, for example, you guys are near the coast. I imagine molding to be a huge problem. In places like anywhere near the coast, basically humidity is a bit higher. If you're near a rainforest, you're going to have those issues come up, and what we do on that tertiary level is to really prevent mold from growing, so you don't have to consume new materials to sort of fix that problem. So that would be the tertiary impact. So we really want to look at this from a whole chain point of view. Yeah.
Imran, you've got ahead of us just a little bit. I have to rein the two of you.
I'm so sorry about that. Yeah.
That's okay. So the question is, what are sustainable materials? Like, what are they? So let's start with that so that people can actually identify with what they are within their local environment. And then we'll get to the part of how you can apply it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But just off the top, like what is, like, because I know, for example, bamboo is a sustainable product, right? So what other materials are sustainable materials that we would probably come across on a day-to-day basis that we can take advantage of?
Okay, yeah, so bamboo is definitely one of them. And I think another thing that's not been spoken about so much is actually like algae and kelp. There are so many applications moving beyond food for like kelp, for example, because there are many companies like researching the basis of how they can utilize like kelp or algae for like energy.
What material are you mentioning? Kelp?
Kelp or algae.
Oh,
yeah,
algae.
so I think in terms of like sustainable materials, one of the core components that we should look at is how long does it take to grow? Because when we talk about materials, most of them are going to be natural resources that we either like mine or have to harvest. Maybe let me just draw a parallel here. For example, we use trees to make things like paper and wooden finishes and whatnot. But the issue with trees, for example, is that it takes a long time to grow. And depending on what your demand context is, you might not be able to plant enough trees or regenerate that particular ecosystem in the same way that the demand is being utilized. But for things like kelp, bamboo, algae in general, they are very fast growing. And what that does in terms of like sustainability in the grand scheme of things, allows you to sort of regenerate that ecosystem while you're consuming. So that really helps. And I mean, moving beyond that, there are so many examples of sustainable materials, but I think these are the main two, algae and bamboo, that I would like to talk about just for that basis, because it gives you a good perspective of what we should be looking at, not just about what we should not take away from our environment, but how we can sort of preserve that process of the ecosystem and how we can make sure that no further damage is being done for us to urbanize, if you will.
Excellent.
I would add slightly more. Bamboo certainly is and can be a sustainable building material. However, one needs to look at the supply chain and how that bamboo is grown and where it's sourced and what the materials used are to convert it into a value-added product like flooring. Are the adhesives, for example, do they contain volatile organic compounds? Has the bamboo been sourced from what was a mature growth forest that was cleared in order to grow the bamboo? So there are subtleties that one needs to look at when talking about sustainable building materials, not just a superficial look.
Excellent, excellent. So I have a question here, which is we all hear, okay. Someone would like to, sorry, let me just get the name from Victor. He's asking, what are the materials that are fed to your unique mixer to make your wall panels? So your concrete, your machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he's asking what are
Yeah, they're primarily locally sourced materials. Cement is available in virtually all countries. Sand, available in virtually all countries. Water, a scarce resource, as we've heard in the earlier panels, but water. What is unique, perhaps, is the foaming agent, which is an imported material, but we use a few liters per home. And it's not a large component of the material is imported, and all the labor is locally sourced, as I said earlier, skilled and unskilled.
I think this is always a challenge with doing anything virtually. Sometimes the network is not that stable, so excuse a little hiccups. Okay, I have another question. So for your machine, how will the savings look like for a single custom unit versus multiple units when you're doing a production?
Well, the machine and technology can be applied. Yeah, it can be applied to all scales and all socioeconomic levels of housing. We as a company are focused on the affordable housing, which is low income and low middle income. In order to meet the demands, the enormous demands for housing, that's the niche that we address. It can be customized. The panel system is modular. And can be configured in different ways. But one of the things we do is we optimize the design of the homes in order to make them not only energy efficient by applying the EDGE algorithm, but also to minimize the number of components that we use so that the home can be erected quickly and at high speed and very efficiently. I'll give you an example. I showed you the home that we built in the homes we built in Panama, first phase. And because we were using another designer's home, there were a number of corners and the window sizes and all that. We adjusted the design and got larger window openings, better ventilation, better energy savings, at the same time reducing the cost, because one has to balance the cost of a window, which creates light and ventilation, with the cost of concrete. And at least in Panama, the cost of a window per square meter was less than concrete per square meter. So there's an interesting modeling that one has to do. It's not very difficult, especially with the EDGE tool, which we found to be extremely helpful.
Excellent. So Imran, so your company is Gush, and Gush produces paints, if I'm correct,
Yes.
which has a mixture of sustainable materials inside it, and then you have air purifiers, etc. So is it only applicable to like housing projects, or is it for corporate use, or is it just limited? Like what's its total usage?
Well, in terms of what we've been used for so far, we've seen applications from across residential to industrial. And because of the properties of the paint, one of the things that we can do is actually absorb moisture content from the air and moisture content from the surrounding. One of our most unique case studies have been sort of painting around server rooms which require temperature control, especially in tropical climates like Accra, for example, or even here in Singapore. Our room temperature is 28 degrees Celsius or 26 degrees Celsius, and servers have to be kept in the colder rooms, anywhere between 8 degrees to 18 degrees, depending on what the requirements are. And what happens is that the walls on the outside of these areas start to perspire, if you will, or tear because of that condensation. So this is something that we have uniquely formulated ourselves to sort of address head on, because we can absorb that water. So in terms of the applications, really, on our end, what we feel is important for us to educate, to empower, and let people know the capabilities of what we can do in terms of our product and in terms of our mission and how we're going to change the landscape using better building materials. So the applications are really limitless. We have painted everything from one single room in a baby's house, for example, in a baby's room, all the way down to whole factories and whole warehouses and even full buildings at a time, whether it's being newly built or refurbished. Yeah, I think that's also the versatility behind paint, because you need it in most projects. Yeah.
And your paint, is it a base paint or is it an actual decorative paint as well?
It can be used as both, actually. So we have had projects where we have been the base coat, but most of the projects encompass us as the full solution. So we do the base and we do the finishing or decorative. Yeah, if you will.
And
Yeah.
what did you say are the sustainable materials that you are inside the paint, which actually help?
So in the case of Gush, we use a plant-based component that actually comes from a form of seaweed that is highly absorptive. So this material is actually called diatomite, and this is one of the core ingredients of the paint. It works the same way as activated carbon or some of the other more porous materials that you experience in nature. But the difference between the process and how we process the diatomite is that this material is readily available, it's easily sourced, and the processing does not require too much effort in the grand scheme of things relative to how paints are manufactured. And this is actually the layer that allows for us to absorb that moisture and keep your walls dry, if you will, to prevent some more difficult issues to solve, if you will, like for example, like mold, because mold needs moisture. And the basis of that absorption also actually helps us to not just absorb the volatile organic compounds, but we also, in that basis or in that formulation, we do have proprietary catalysts that we utilize as well that break down these materials and keep it clean so that you don't have that sort of saturation in your walls just from absorbing this toxic materials or this moisture, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to compliment you on bringing product like that to the market. I know when I was designing my first LEED Platinum home 14 years ago, there was a desert of appropriate building materials. And it's important to note that the supply chain bringing innovative products like Imran is talking about is really important, not only in terms of the variety of projects which help us build green and healthy and sustainably, but also the cost of materials has come down substantially over the last decade or so. Yeah. So building green is not necessarily expensive. And as Edge will tell you, they expect to get to certify a home with as Edge, it's less than 2%. And we've found in our projects that it's less than 1% additional cost to get the home certified.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I actually like to comment on what Emmanuel just said, because one of the key challenges that we are facing as a sustainable or green facing company who's pushing for this agenda is that most people think it has to be extremely expensive and the cost basis does not make sense. And it's been very difficult to navigate some of those conversations, because at the end of the day, we do understand that businesses have to put profits first, or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, we cannot forget that home is planet Earth, and we should do our best and really have that responsibility and accountability towards what we do for the environment. And on that basis, what Emmanuel is doing with his company and the technologies that he brings to the table with low-cost housing, with sustainable and green at the same time, it's such a beautiful thing to see.
Okay, I honestly think the organizers should have allowed us to have our own event, right?
Yeah, let's get back to the agenda.
And you guys are giving us so much information. So I want to go through some of the questions because they're really piling up. So the first question that we have from Victor Kojo is, have you, so I think this would be for actually both of you, have you got any contact to policymakers in Ghana to solve a housing deficit in Ghana? Now, Emmanuel, I know you said that you're coming to Ghana now to work on the projects. Could you elaborate a bit on that and what the process has been like?
Yeah, my colleagues and I have been to Ghana a number of times, and we are actually building a model demonstration home currently as we speak that will be announced shortly. We have had some preliminary conversations with policymakers, have gotten a very favorable response from not only them, but also developers who are in the affordable housing market. It's been a very warm reception, I must say. And we look forward to being more active there.
So just a quick question. So your sustainable materials, is it that it could only be used for affordable housing, but could it also be used for commercial projects as well?
Oh yes, wherever you use traditional concrete, we can apply our technology. It's just that that's the niche that our business is focused on.
Okay, interesting. And then for you, Imran, is Gush available in Ghana? Is it on the continent at all?
We are actually in talks right now with several partners within Ghana to bring our paints and some of our other newer products into the market. But that being said, in terms of if you're talking about networking within Africa itself, we do have several touch points that we have been speaking to, and we're still working on it right now. So we don't have anything as concrete, if you will, but there's strong interest in the market, especially given some of the recent changes in policy making and what the goals are within Africa over the next 10, 15 years. So we do see a lot of potential in the market, and we are actively working on it right now.
And that would be interesting because you could also, because of the sustainable materials that you're using, you could actually have a production plant here on the continent, as opposed to, you know, importing it in from Singapore. You could actually eventually get to the point of producing it here locally, which again would keep the cost low for the end user. Okay, excellent. So the next question is from Emma Banson. Hello, Emmanuel. So this is for you. How can a private builder incorporate sustainable materials in his or her building? It's actually Reverend Emma Banson.
Well, I would, one needs to do a little bit of research. And I think the easiest way is to look at the Edge app that's available free from the IFC. And it guides you through the process of looking at materials and processes in order to build sustainably and ultimately get your project certified as sustainable. So that's a good start. Applying these sustainable building materials is not difficult. It just requires some thinking. As I said, in Panama, we actually, by looking at the design, looking at the specifications of the products we were using, we were actually able to reduce the cost of construction. So there are advantages. It's not a time sink. It's actually advantageous, not just for the design, but for the developer, the cost of construction, and ultimately for the occupants of the homes. We found that by applying this Edge algorithm, the occupants of the building save in excess of 1/3 of their monthly utility bills, which in turn creates a discount on their mortgage, or gives them more disposable income to spend on their children's education or health or whatever factors. So there's a cost benefit to owners as well, a significant one.
Okay, excellent. And then we've got Victor, who's got another question for you, Emmanuel. He may potentially become your client very soon. Have you explored the use of recycled plastics as a raw material? I know we were going to have Nelson Boateng, who does recycled plastic bricks, but I guess in his absence, you can also respond to that question.
There are two parts to that question. The formwork that you see that where we pour our concrete is a recyclable plastic. It's manufactured in Europe. Those forms can be used tens, if not hundreds of times, depending on how well they're handled. And at the end of their life cycle, they are recyclable. They're lightweight, which also makes our construction methods, let's say, gender neutral, we like to say. They're lightweight and can be handled by women as well as men on the construction sites. We had a number of women helping us on the site in Nigeria, for example. We are exploring ways to further reduce the carbon footprint of our concrete, including the application of recycled plastics, but we're not quite there yet. We expect, we are just now establishing a sustainable building technology center as part of our in-house research and development initiative, where we'll be exploring the application of that and other technologies to further reduce our carbon footprint.
Okay, excellent. So I've got Kweku Owusu, who's got a question. In a short to medium term strategy of closing our housing deficit, what is the viability of using sustainable building materials in relation to its availability, especially in Ghana, okay, and Africa as a whole? So, you know, it's a very interesting question, Kweku, and I think it feeds back to my initial question of us elaborating a bit more on what exactly is sustainable materials, because it's about, do we have it available? Like, is it readily available outside of bamboo? And how can it respond to the en masse of properties or developments that we actually need to build? I think that becomes the other challenge. I'm not sure, Emmanuel or Imran, if you know about that, or Imran, if there's a case study in Singapore, whereas your supply actually was able to meet the demand, and if it didn't, what was put in place in order to respond to that?
I don't think we faced much problems in terms of supply chain for sustainable materials, because these things have been available for a long time and they are actually readily available. It's just that when we talk about the incumbents in the different industries that we're dealing with, there are certain things that they're used to and the status quo seems comfortable, which is why innovation is not something that they look at. And especially within a space like, for example, that we're in, construction, building materials, we have many huge incumbents who have been doing business and innovating in a manner that they have been used to for the last 50, 60 years, much longer than most of us in this call have been alive for. And having that mentality, if you will, does create a difficulty in making that shift towards doing something that's net positive in terms of when you look at it from a sustainability perspective. And this is the benefit of I guess, what we do have in terms of a smaller or a more nimble, purpose-driven entity organization like Gush, where we focus on the impact that we want to create first, which is why sourcing for these materials are not a problem. But in terms of case studies and talking about the impact of, let's say, getting certain things done, this doesn't just have to be limited to a conversation with construction. Like the basis of even foods, like for example, like Impossible Meats, their basis has been about reducing that carbon impact for you to enjoy a beef patty, for example, that tastes exactly like beef, or meat substitute that tastes exactly the same, but created in a lab, created in a controlled environment, whereby not only can this carbon footprint be quantified, not only do you not have to transport it around because all it needs a lab to grow it, but on that basis, it solves other issues as well, like food shortages around the world. So this is not just something specific to what we're speaking about here today. It goes far beyond into many different industries across the world in terms of when you talk about sustainability. Yeah.
Imran, I'm really sorry. So we only have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
Oh.
So I'll just
time flies.
Yeah, they're pinging me saying, Nadia, 2 minutes. Okay, so I guess another question that I'll take one more question from here then. So for existing, this is from Linda Lanque Mills. She's asking, for existing developments and homes, what are some suitable materials that can be used for modification? So we've really gone and spoken a lot about the building blocks of the actual house, which we've covered clearly. And we've also spoken about, the paints that could be used to ensure that the moisture and damping and stuff are not coming through. But outside of the initial, infrastructure, what about the roofing, for example? What about flooring? What other sustainable materials can we use to build our homes or offices, churches, etc.? Because churches, for example, I mean, they're quite elaborate, they're very big. And for some churches in Ghana, we use fans in order to, high ceilings and fans to be able to, push enough oxygen or cool air around. And there's others that just stuck up ACs throughout the whole building. So what would be other options that we could use in terms of sustainable materials to be able to build our developments? We've only got 1 minute left.
Yeah, there are many options, and I'll point again to the IFC Edge algorithm, because in the algorithm, there's a drop-down menu with numerous building material options, and you get instantaneous feedback on the carbon footprint and energy savings by applying those materials to your project. So it's a very effective real-time tool. For example, if you look at what in their drop-down menu for wall construction, there are no less than 20 different materials which are listed there, and you just choose one and you get an instantaneous readout.
And you said that's on a
its performance.
website?
Yeah, the IFC Edge Green Building Program. I believe they're presenting at in this conference as well.
Okay, excellent. Something to reference then. Excellent.
And just
okay,
to add on to what
Imran.
Emmanuel. Oh yeah, just to add on to what Emmanuel was saying, because if we're talking about buildings that have already existed for a long time, we don't necessarily have to speak about rebuilding it, but retrofitting has been a very useful solution over the years in terms of ensuring that fundamental development of the building itself, in terms of structural integrity, in terms of the systems in place. And there have been many, retrofitting solutions coming out of the US, Europe, that consolidates a lot of this energy savings or water supply issues within that building that can be, added into the existing infrastructure rather than tearing it all apart and trying to rebuild something from scratch. So, this is not specifically a material per se, but there are a lot of solutions out there. Yeah.
Excellent. Emmanuel, Imran, thank you so much for your wealth of information. You've been well received over here. We're very excited for both of your products, especially Emmanuel, especially yours. Like somebody's actually saying they want to see your project in real life. So I think we have to arrange for them to go to Nigeria to be able to see.
No, they'll be able to see it very soon in Ghana.
Very soon. And to our participants, thank you so much for your amazing questions. I'm sure there's a representative for Echo House, and also I can see that Imran has also been sharing some information there, so you can find them. I'm sure the event organizers will also be sharing their contact details. I'd like to say thank you very much again to the organizers as well, because we are really a green Ghana. We want to see more green houses, green communities, green cities, green buildings, and we're always the black star in everything, and I'm sure we're going to be able to succeed with this one as well. So thank you very much, everybody, for your participation, and have a fantastic day. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for a very stimulating panel, which takes us nicely to some of the words that most people like to hear at a time like this: time for food. But so it's always time for refreshments. We're going to take a short break. And for those of you who are following us via the webinars, it's a good time for you to grab a drink, something to eat, refresh yourselves, sustain yourselves. And we'll come back in, it's now 5 minutes to 2. So let's say we come back at 2:20. Okay, so in about 15 minutes, we'll be back. 15-20 minutes. So let's say by 2:15, we'll be back for the next conversations, and it's on money, green finance, funding options for sustainable projects. The two presenters here with very interesting insights for you. Cynthia Enima Minta is head of corporate banking at CalBank, and Normand Michaud is the team leader at Sunref. We'll be talking about how you can get money for your sustainable projects, green financing. So that will come up in 20 minutes at 2:15 GMT. So enjoy. It's the Ghana Green Building Summit, 4th edition, hybrid edition. We'll be back in 20 minutes. My name is Kafui. See you soon. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. See you soon. It's too short. There's only 10 minutes.
Dear Board of Directors, CEOs, and industry, yes, all of industry should get this. In today's ever-growing marketplace, expansion and progress must certainly be on your mind. It is on ours too, because we look forward to grow with you. We are able to get as much financing as your corporate projects need and to see to their successful completion in the best possible timing. How?
It's a new day.
Well, we are responsible. We do business the right way, with regard for sound financial, social, and ethical practices.
Things you never imagined.
We are effective, knowledgeable, and even more so with each new experience wielding expertise built from decades of facilitating the financing of the grandest of projects with exceptional dedication. We are decisive, not just because we take good decisions, but because we make sound decisions based on risk, local market knowledge, opportunity, and timing. In fact, there are several projects we have facilitated in the energy, real estate, education, power, and manufacturing sectors, to be modest. Surely your project is next. Contact us today so that we can move forward together. It is possible. Best regards, CalBank.
Forward together.
Dear Board of Directors, CEOs, and industry. Yes, all of industry should get this. In today's ever-growing marketplace, expansion and progress must certainly be on your mind. It is on ours too, because we look forward to grow with you. We are able to get as much financing as your corporate projects need and to see to their successful completion in the best possible timing. How?
It's a new day.
Well, we are responsible. We do business the right way with regard for sound financial, social, and ethical practices.
You never imagined.
We are effective, knowledgeable, and even more so with each new experience wielding expertise built from decades of facilitating the financing of the grandest of projects with exceptional dedication. We are decisive, not just because we take good decisions, but because we make sound decisions based on risk, local market knowledge, opportunity, and timing. In fact, there are several projects we have facilitated in the energy, real estate, education, power, and manufacturing sectors, to be modest. Surely your project is next. Contact us today so that we can move forward together. It is possible. Best regards, CalBank.
Forward together.
Dear Board of Directors,
sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late. Sometimes you need it fast. Sometimes you need it closer. But with CalBank, accessing your funds is always easy. With CalBank Agent Banking, you can easily open your CalBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay bills, etc. right in your neighborhood at pharmacy, shop, filling station, and supermarkets. So, visit your nearest CalBank agent today. Open your CalBank Snap account and enjoy banking on your terms using our CalBank Agent Banking. CalBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the CalBank Snap account as a CalBank agent. It's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, CalBank Agent Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of CalBank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a CalBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select your transaction, then provide your details, and finally, confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find CalBank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
CalBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the
Stop wasting water with demand-driven distribution. In 2006, the World Bank estimated that 45 million cubic meters of pure drinking water are lost every day in distribution networks. That's enough water to serve nearly 200 million people. Much of this water can be saved by a new way of thinking and a new way of using technology. It's about pressure management, and we call it demand-driven distribution. As you know, many waterworks use pumps to create the pressure required to get the water out to every home. Every time a tap is opened, the pressure in the entire system drops a little. So the pressure needs to be very high. Otherwise, this happens. But keeping everyone happy means that the pressure is high all the time. At midday and during the night, very little water is used, which means that the water is under much higher pressure than required. That's what causes water loss. Pipes under pressure crack and leak. The higher the pressure, the more drinking water you lose. Also, leaks can make the soil sink, causing lots of damage to roads and buildings. Money is wasted on drinking water, repairs, and on electricity. Here you can see the big picture. Water is wasted. Power is wasted. This is bad for the environment, bad for the roads, and bad for the economy. Grundfos has an answer: demand-driven distribution. You can take control of your system pressure. You can send out and waste less water while still keeping everyone happy. How? Well, rather than maintaining constant pressure at the pump, we keep it constant at the critical consumer. We will typically install demand-driven pump units in different places in your water distribution system. These pumps register how much pressure is required at any time and help make sure the pump delivers exactly that, no more. Water losses can be seriously reduced by a demand-driven distribution system. It will typically conserve 15,000 cubic meters for every 100,000 cubic meters you currently waste. In some cases, even more. You can also save a lot of electricity by adjusting pressure to only meet the real demand, up to 25%. With the savings on water, electricity, and maintenance, a new demand-driven distribution system can pay for itself in less than a year, and you'll just keep saving and saving. One final point. When you reduce water loss, you raise your water supply capacity. This means you can postpone new investments in infrastructure for several years simply by making the most of what you already have. Demand-driven distribution. A hidden problem has a new solution. Stop wasting water.
Low or varying water pressure is very common in residential buildings. It is also quite inconvenient as it leads to poor showers, trickling taps, and uncomfortable changes in the water temperature. The Scala 2 domestic water booster pump will make this a thing of the past and improve the comfort of homeowners. This video will give you a quick introduction to its most important applications, features, and benefits. The Scala 2 is a fully integrated water booster pump with tank, motor, drive, sensor, and non-return valve in one compact unit. It is designed to handle all boosting needs in residential buildings, including boosting from city mains, boosting from tanks, and boosting from shallow wells. One of the key features of the Scala 2 is its ability to deliver perfect water pressure to all taps, even with multiple taps running at the same time. The key to this is intelligent pump control, which enables Scala 2 to detect any drop in water pressure and adjust operation accordingly. This happens with such speed and precision that the user will never notice any change in pressure. Another important benefit of the Scala 2 is its quiet operation. In typical use, the sound level is approximately 47 decibels, which is the same as a hushed conversation or the hum of a modern dishwasher. The low noise level is possible thanks to water cooling technology and a silent permanent magnet motor, which makes noisy air cooling measures redundant. On top of this, the built-in pressure tank will reduce the number of starts and stops. Scala 2 is designed with easy installation in mind. It is self-priming, weighs only 22 pounds, 10 kilos, and features a compact design which makes installation in tight working spaces possible. To set the desired water pressure, simply use the buttons on the user-friendly control panel. Scala 2 will then automatically adapt to the installation, taking inlet pressure and the number of running taps into account. Once installed, Scala 2 offers years of trouble-free operation. It consists of high-quality components and features a range of protective measures. For instance, dry running protection, which stops the pump if there is no water in the system, and restarts it periodically to check if it has returned. In conclusion, let us have a brief overview of the benefits of Scala 2. Homeowners will experience perfect water pressure in all taps, low noise, and trouble-free operation. And you, as an installer, will experience easy installation, easy setup, and, of course, happy and satisfied customers.
Grundfos LifeLink is a new holistic solution designed to deliver sustainable water in developing countries, and it's much needed. Almost 800 million people lack access to clean water. On top of that, too many water projects fail to produce water soon after the installation. Why? Because water service providers struggle with challenges like access to service, ability to collect and manage revenue to reduce non-revenue water, lack of transparency and accountability, poor capacity to expand the water service infrastructure. But it doesn't have to be this way. Grundfos LifeLink is a solution that goes beyond the pumping and purification system. This is how it works. The AQ Tap is an automatic and cloud-connected water dispenser that can be used at any water point. It's simple and intuitive to use. Water users pay for the water via a water card. Firstly, credits are loaded onto the card via, for instance, a mobile phone. It's then ready to use. The use of smart cards for revenue collection is simple, transparent, and reliable for the users. But that is not all. The AQ Tap is connected to a water management system that keeps track of all water data and credit transactions. For water system owners and managers, this closed and efficient system for collecting and managing revenue allows them to secure funds for service, repay loans, and expand the serviced area, monitor the status of each AQ tap remotely and plan necessary service visits. Control and make credits available for local to vendors to sell. Follow and issue reports on all credit transactions and water data. But most importantly, it's a great platform on which to build a sustainable water service business. The Grundfos LifeLink water solution is modular and fully scalable. From standalone water kiosks to intelligent mini-grids with several water points in urban areas, it will enable water managers to become more efficient, more profitable, and more reliable. And most importantly, bring more sustainable water to the people who really need it. Grundfos LifeLink. Your link to sustainable water. A holistic approach based on technology, service, business models, and partnerships. This is how we work. Find out more about Grundfos LifeLink water solutions at grundfos.com.
CowBank Snap account. As a CowBank agent, it's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, CowBank Agents Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of CowBank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select a transaction, then provide your details, and finally confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find CowBank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
CowBank Agents Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the CowBank Snap account. As a CowBank agent, it's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, CowBank Agents Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of CowBank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select a transaction, then provide your details, and finally confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find CowBank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
CowBank Agents Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together. Sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late. Sometimes you need it fast. Sometimes you need it closer. But with CowBank, accessing your funds is always easy. With CowBank Agents Banking, you can easily open your CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay bills, etc. right in your neighborhood at pharmacy, shop, filling station, and supermarkets. So, visit your nearest CowBank agent today. Open your CowBank Snap account and enjoy banking on your terms using our CowBank Agents Banking. CowBank Agents Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the CowBank Snap account. As a CowBank agent, it's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, CowBank Agents Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of CowBank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select a transaction, then provide your details, and finally confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find Cowbank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
Cowbank Agents Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I know.
Sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late. Sometimes you need it fast. Sometimes you need it closer. But with Cowbank, accessing your funds is always easy. With Cowbank Agents Banking, you can easily open your Cowbank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay bills, etc. right in your neighborhood at pharmacy, shop, filling station and supermarkets. So, visit your nearest Cowbank agent today. Open your Cowbank Snap account and enjoy banking on your terms using our Cowbank Agents Banking. Cowbank Agents Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the Cowbank Snap account as a Cowbank agent. It's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, Cowbank Agents Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of Cowbank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a Cowbank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select your transaction, then provide your details, and finally, confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find Cowbank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
Cowbank Agents Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
Dear Board of Directors, CEOs, and industry. Yes, all of industry should get this. In today's ever-growing marketplace, expansion and progress must certainly be on your mind. It is on ours too, because we look forward to grow with you. We are able to get as much financing as your corporate projects need and to see to their successful completion in the best possible timing. How?
It's a new day.
Well, we are responsible. We do business the right way with regard for sound financial, social, and ethical practices.
You never imagined.
We are effective, knowledgeable, and even more so with each new experience wielding expertise built from decades of facilitating the financing of the grandest of projects with exceptional dedication. We are decisive, not just because we take good decisions, but because we make sound decisions based on risk, local market knowledge, opportunity, and timing. In fact, there are several projects we have facilitated in the energy, real estate, education, power, and manufacturing sectors, to be modest. Surely your project is next. Contact us today so that we can move forward together. It is possible. Best regards, Cowbank.
Forward together.
Sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late. Sometimes you need it fast. Sometimes you need it closer. But with Cowbank, accessing your funds is always easy. With CowBank Agent Banking, you can easily open your CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay bills, etc. right in your neighborhood at pharmacy, shop, filling station and supermarkets. So, visit your nearest CowBank agent today. Open your CowBank Snap account and enjoy banking on your terms using our CowBank Agent Banking. CowBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the CowBank Snap account as a CowBank agent. It's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, CowBank Agents Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of CowBank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select your transaction, then provide your details, and finally, confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find CowBank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
CowBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
Dear Board of Directors, CEOs, and industry. Yes, all of industry should get this. In today's ever-growing marketplace, expansion and progress must certainly be on your mind. It is on ours too, because we look forward to grow with you. We are able to get as much financing as your corporate projects need and to see to their successful completion in the best possible timing. How?
It's a new day.
Well, we are responsible. We do business the right way with regard for sound financial, social, and ethical practices.
You never imagined.
We are effective, knowledgeable, and even more so with each new experience wielding expertise built from decades of facilitating the financing of the grandest of projects with exceptional dedication. We are decisive, not just because we take good decisions, but because we make sound decisions based on risk, local market knowledge, opportunity, and timing. In fact, there are several projects we have facilitated in the energy, real estate, education, power, and manufacturing sectors, to be modest. Surely your project is next. Contact us today so that we can move forward together. It is possible. Best regards, CowBank.
Forward together.
Sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late. Sometimes you need it fast. Sometimes you need it closer. But with CowBank, accessing your funds is always easy. With CowBank Agent Banking, you can easily open your CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay bills, etc. right in your neighborhood at pharmacy, shop, filling station and supermarkets. So, visit your nearest CowBank agent today. Open your CowBank Snap account and enjoy banking on your terms using our CowBank Agent Banking. CowBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the CowBank Snap account as a CowBank agent. It's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, CowBank Agents Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of CowBank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select your transaction, then provide your details, and finally, confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find CowBank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
CowBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
Dear Board of Directors, CEOs, and industry. Yes, all of industry should get this. In today's ever-growing marketplace, expansion and progress must certainly be on your mind. It is on ours too, because we look forward to grow with you. We are able to get as much financing as your corporate projects need and to see to their successful completion in the best possible timing. How?
It's a new day.
Well, we are responsible. We do business the right way with regard for sound financial, social, and ethical practices.
You never imagined. You're ahead of the race.
We are effective, knowledgeable, and even more so with each new experience wielding expertise built from decades of facilitating the financing of the grandest of projects with exceptional dedication. We are decisive, not just because we take good decisions, but because we make sound decisions based on risk, local market knowledge, opportunity, and timing. In fact, there are several projects we have facilitated in the energy, real estate, education, power, and manufacturing sectors, to be modest. Surely your project is next. Contact us today so that we can move forward together. It is possible. Best regards, CalBank.
Forward together.
Sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late. Sometimes you need it fast. Sometimes you need it closer. But with CalBank, accessing your funds is always easy. With CalBank Agent Banking, you can easily open your CalBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay bills, etc. right in your neighborhood at pharmacy, shop, filling station, and supermarkets. So, visit your nearest CalBank agent today. Open your CalBank Snap account and enjoy banking on your terms using our CalBank Agent Banking. CalBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
They call me Kwame Short. I don't like long things at all. That's why I signed up for the CalBank Snap account as a CalBank agent. It's easy to open and perform transactions just like this. Jack, let's say, CalBank Agents Banking is the new biometric banking channel that allows any customer of CalBank to make transactions at their convenience. You can open a CalBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay your bills, and also buy airtime in 3 easy steps. First, select your transaction, then provide your details, and finally, confirm your transaction with your fingerprint. It's that convenient and secure. Always remember to take your receipt and look out for an SMS after your transaction before walking away. You can find CalBank agents everywhere. Shops, general merchants, pharmacies, mobile money agents, and supermarkets.
CalBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank. Forward together.
Dear Board of Directors, CEOs, and industry. Yes, all of industry should get this. In today's ever-growing marketplace, expansion and progress must certainly be on your mind. It is on ours too, because we look forward to grow with you. We are able to get as much financing as your corporate projects need and to see to their successful completion in the best possible timing. How?
It's a new day.
Well, we are responsible. We do business the right way with regard for sound financial, social, and ethical practices.
You never imagined. You're ahead of the race.
We are effective, knowledgeable, and even more so with each new experience wielding expertise built from decades of facilitating the financing of the grandest of projects with exceptional dedication. We are decisive, not just because we take good decisions, but because we make sound decisions based on risk, local market knowledge, opportunity, and timing. In fact, there are several projects we have facilitated in the energy, real estate, education, power, and manufacturing sectors, to be modest. Surely your project is next. Contact us today so that we can move forward together. It is possible. Best regards, CalBank.
Forward together.
Sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late.
confirm. Okay, so thank you very much. Welcome back from whatever nourishment you put in your system. For lunch, we're back for the second half of today's Ghana Green Building Summit 2021. And our theme is rethinking operations management for high performance buildings. And we have a couple of sub-themes: energy efficiency and renewables, water efficiency, and green finance. My name is Kafui Day. Pleasure to be here. And we have two more sets of presentations before day one will come to an end. You want to be looking forward to the art of green living just before we wrap up. But before that, we are going to talk money. And well, it's the appropriate color, green finance. It's almost like tautology because money is supposed to be green, it grows if you use it well, right? So green finance is what we're talking about right now, finding options for sustainable projects. And we have two presenters, Norman Michaud, who is the team leader of Sunrev. But ahead of that, we have the head of corporate banking at CalBank, Cynthia Enima Minta. And they've got 45 minutes to do justice to issues of money. Remember, all your comments can be in the chat for the webinar, and then we'll extract them and post them to the presenters. So Norman and Cynthia, take it away. Cynthia, with you first.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So Norman and I would be doing justice to financing as far as green is concerned. And my presentation is going to be very brief, about 15 minutes, but I'll narrow in on the CalBank green finance product. First of all, I would like to definitely tell you about CalBank, because CalBank is the bank to be with if you want to go green. And then we will talk about the availability of funds as far as green financing is concerned. And we will dwell for some time on the CalBank specific green finance product, the features, our value proposition, and then I would summarize. So what is CalBank, or who is CalBank? CalBank is a private limited liability company. It was incorporated in March 1989. The following year, the bank commenced business as a universal bank, and our sole aim was to provide truly differentiated world banking solution to the public. In 2004, we were listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and we are currently over 50% Ghanaian owned. We pride ourselves in that. And the same year, we obtained a universal banking license. As I mentioned previously, we used to be a merchant bank, and then we moved into universal banking so that we could provide a wide array of products. CalBank is the only Ghanaian bank of the Loan Markets Association, and we are happy to also announce that in April 2019, we obtained certification for PCI DSS and ISO 27001. CalBank is EDGE certified. So our products and services, we have a wide array of products. Our bouquet of offerings range from domestic banking services, international banking services. We have very robust relationships with our international and correspondent banking partners. We offer platinum banking services, treasury services, retail. We are also very corporate oriented, securities trading, funds management, custody services, and asset management, amongst others. The bank's product offerings, being a universal bank, we offer all forms of banking services, and we have expertise in almost every area of banking. As far as business financing is concerned, we offer working capital facilities, which are the short-term facilities. There are term loans from medium to long term. We also do syndicated lending, where we lend above our single obligor, project financing, subordinated debts, and structured finance. Trade financing, I've already mentioned that we have very good relationships with our correspondent banks. We have a very significant amount in funding as far as our relationship with our correspondent banks are concerned. We have trade and commodity finance products, guarantees, just name it. We have a very dedicated team of relationship officers and teams to handle our relationship management and financial advisory, and they have expertise in the key sectors of the economy. Transactional banking, we offer cash management services, payment solutions, collection services, and the like. As far as corporate finance is concerned, we work on bond structuring, raising of bonds, equity raising, and project financing. But the main reason why we are here today is green financing. And green financing, as we all know, combines the world of finance with business to ensure that at the end of the day, the environment is protected and there is no adverse impact on the climate. We do this through loans, debt mechanisms, and investments. As a bank, we are happy to say that we have funding of 32.5 million United States dollars that we have secured from the French Development Agency through SANREF. And Norman will go into details as far as SANREF is concerned. He is the rep for SANREF in Ghana, and he's our partner. SANREF has actually given CalBank $20 million to finance green projects. And then the International Finance Corporation, IFC, has also granted the bank $12.5 million for financing of renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. I'm sure we all know about renewable energy projects, projects that are sustainable, that are natural, that do not run out, and then energy efficiency to ensure that there's no wastage. We use less to perform the same task. So what's the purpose of green financing in Ghana? The four main purposes of green financing in Ghana will be the reduction of carbon footprint, which means the reduction of the emission of carbon dioxide in the environment, and then also reduction of energy intensity. Energy intensity is a measure of the energy inefficiencies of an economy. And then secondly, we are looking to ensure that there's the uninterrupted supply of energy to institutions, individuals, and companies. We also expect that we will leverage on such investments in the fields of energy efficiency and renewable energy to help in structuring the strategic sectors of the economy. And lastly, we will be looking at providing replicable and innovative good examples of what could be performed through local banks, such as what we've done with IFC and the French Development Agency. So CalBank's green finance product. I am happy to say that CalBank is a green bank. We are pace setters as far as green financing is concerned. This building is actually partially green. We can boast of 500 kilowatts of installed energy. And this leads to a 40% savings as far as energy is concerned. As if that is not enough, we also have motion sensors in this building to ensure that there's no wastage of energy. Our taps are motion censored. We actually harvest rainwater to ensure that we are able to use that for irrigation. We have 2 boreholes in this building that's with treated water. And so we don't depend solely on Ghana water. Again, we have a building management system in place, which ensures that all our installations, air conditioners, lighting, mentioned renewable energy projects, that's solar, wind, biogas, geothermal, and the likes. And renewable energy, of course, we've mentioned it's otherwise referred to as clean energy. We ensure that it doesn't run out, it's sustainable, and therefore there are no interruptions. Energy efficiency projects, these should lead to about 20% energy savings, and examples are building retrofits, replacement and modernization of industrial and agricultural machinery. And a number of the initiatives I mentioned, as far as CalBank is concerned, also goes to ensure that we are efficient as far as energy is concerned. The projects must also be a green building project, which means that there must be certification. CalBank has certification from EDGE, and there are a number of other certification bodies. There's LEED, there's BREEAM South Africa, and so that is also one of the criteria. The last criteria is that the project must improve the environment. We are all aware about climate change and all that. We have to make sure that all hands on deck are on deck to ensure that the environment is protected. So these are the main highlights of the product features that a client must satisfy to be able to partake in this. What is our value proposition? Loan amount. We are looking at up to about $3 million. But in instances where the project is very viable and we undertake our analysis and we believe that the client requires more, we can go up to about $8 million as far as funding is concerned. Tenor, to ensure that there's flexibility, we give very generous tenors. For energy efficiency, we go up to in excess of 3 years. The minimum is 3 years. And for renewable energy, we will be doing a minimum of 5 years. Interest rates, which is what most clients will be interested in, is highly competitive, but it's not cast in stone. And so I'm not going to mention specifics here, but on the basis of the risk factors that we look at, but I can tell you for a fact that they are extremely competitive. It's below the bank's base rates, the normal rates that we would be lending at. And we are all aware that such projects are quite capital intensive. So we have been generous enough to give a moratorium of up to 12 months. That's a grace period on the repayment of the principal amount for up to 12 months. In the event that the project is executed and it ticks all the boxes, the EU has been generous enough to give a grant of up to 10% of the loan amount. So what are the procedures? How do you benefit from the CalBank Green Finance products? First of all, there must be a formal request from the client. Formal request stating the amount, the purpose, etc. What we do to shorten the process is that right from inception, we involve our financial partners. We would involve SunRef from the inception so that they also conduct their assessments concurrently just to shorten the time. We would require definitely the company information, project information, financial information, and then definitely we would have to undertake some environmental and social management assessments. So our officers in charge of that would also conduct their analysis to ensure that the business, the project meets the environmental and social standards of the bank. And like I mentioned, SunRef, we work with SunRef to ensure that we shorten the turnaround time for delivery. Security. So the collateral for this is usually the equipment financed by the bank, assignment of business proceeds, and then any other adequate security. But this is a partnership. And so, like I said before, this is not cast in stone. We would engage the business, and depending on what would be easier for both parties, we would settle on it. To the extent that it's a win-win for both parties, we shouldn't have a problem. And we're already at the end. So in summary, we've mentioned that there are numerous financial opportunities for individuals, corporates, small and medium enterprises, as far as green financing is concerned. CalBank is a pacesetter in green financing, and we are willing ready and able to partner with any individual company or institution that wants to go green. We will definitely share our details and you can contact us. We are all about the environment, the green agenda. We must deliberately ensure that we make it happen. So all too soon, I'm done with my presentation and I'll pass it on to Norman. We'll take questions when Norman is done.
Just give me a minute just for the presentation to appear. Okay.
So if you have any questions, you want to be sending them to the chat. Okay, so go ahead.
All right, thanks. So thank you, everyone. So my name is Norman Michaud, as was mentioned. I'm with a company called Econolaire, based in Canada. So it's a consultancy firm that specializes in sustainable energy, green finance, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. We were selected in this case by the French Development Agency to manage the SUNREF program in Ghana. So what exactly is the SUNREF program? So it was there are some information that was already provided by Cynthia, so I'll try to go quickly on it. But basically, you need to understand that the SUNREF program is something that have been implemented in many countries over the last years. It's been going around for a while. It is the French agency development financing tools for green energy, green projects, so energy efficiency, renewable energy, and environment. So this is a tool that the French Development Agency has been using for years. When I say years, it is something that has been implemented in more than 30 countries as of now, and even it should be around 32 or 33 this year. This one in Ghana is the latest one. It's been now we launched the program officially in July, but we've been here since January, starting to launch the event. Since then, other countries have started their own SUNREF program also with the EFD. So Tunisia is one of the countries also that started this year. But just to give you an idea, they've been implementing SUNREF program in more than 30 countries as of now. And they've done investment of $2.6 billion. So it's pretty big. Most of those programs were, of course, in Africa, a lot, some in Asia, some in East Europe. So there's a lot of knowledge there, and it's not the first one. It's been done before when we knew how to do it, and they know how to help a market, in this kind of subject. So in this case, SUNREF program always include three components. The first one, of course, is the credit line. We just mentioned it before. So CalBank has received a portion of that credit line, which is available for borrowers. There's also an investment grant that was mentioned, which is provided by the European Union. And the third component is the technical assistance, which is what I'm doing here. Well, me and the team also with me, of course. It is a partnership in Ghana. The partnership is from, of course, the EFD, the AU, and here we have the Energy Commission that is also involved as a partner. Why the Energy Commission? I mean, we're talking about green building here, so everyone involved in green building in Ghana would know that if you want to do PV system for installation, Energy Commission has to verify those systems. There's a list of installators that are certified. Also, it's done by the Energy Commission. There's a list of companies that are allowed to import those systems, and it's also something done by the Energy Commission. So the Energy Commission is already involved in everything that is related to energy efficiency and renewable energy. So they were, of course, the best partner that we could get, for launching the SUNREF program here. Finally, just to mention the technical assistance that I'm going to talk about and what we're providing here, it's a service that is free. Basically, it's paid by the AU. So do not think that it's going to be an additional fee, for example, on a loan. This is not something that CalBank has to pay for. This is not something that the borrowers have to pay for. Every support that we're doing here, it's free, and it's just to help the market develop quickly. So we already mentioned the objective before about SUNREF in terms of reducing the energy intensity. and of course, securing energy supply. Ghana is one of those countries that have a good power supply right now, but of course, I think all of us now have seen like there's still some power outage. And if we can promote more energy efficiency, of course, to reduce the energy consumption, if we can promote renewable energy also, it would help secure that energy supply so that we'll see less power outage in the future, which is something that everyone wants. We really want to make sure that we have something that is replicable in the future. The SunREF program is here. It's going to be here for the next years, maybe 3 years, 4 years. It might be there might be a phase 2 afterward. There might be more, but we still are doing everything that we can right now with the objective in mind that this is something that's going to help transform the market. And even if SunREF stop in 3 years, it's going to go on in terms of wanting the local banks to invest more in those types of projects, in terms of training them to that have a better understanding, and they see renewable energy and energy efficiency as a new focus, as something that they need to be involved in more. They need to help the market develop this more. So even if SunREF stops at one point after investing the $20 million that we mentioned with CalBank, CalBank will have a core team and will have people that understand those types of projects, and will continue to promote it and work with the market to implement more projects like that and transform the market even more. So we already mentioned the institutional partners. So the partner bank right now, CalBank, is the partner, and we're still working with GCB. GCB will be a partner, but later on. The technical assistance is provided by my company, as I mentioned, Equinor, but we also have a local partner with Kite, a local company. So the technical assistance that we provide, they also have really good engineers that can help us do some analysis on the projects that are submitted, for example, and even do some site visit and help the local borrowers. So as I mentioned, so since we want the local partners, the banks, to have a better knowledge and better understanding of those projects, we are doing a lot of capacity building with them. So we're training them to know a little bit more how to better understand the benefit of such projects. So if you're doing a green buildings, for example, and your equipment and your building is a bit more expensive than a normal building, but you're going to be investing in high quality equipment and high efficient equipment, and you're going to be saving electricity on the next 25 years. It is part of the knowledge of the analysis that a bank has to be able to do. Right? They have to be able to understand that it's going to have an impact, for example, on your operation costs, that it's going to reduce your consumption of fuel or electricity in the future, and that it should be willing to push forward, to have those high quality building, because it ensures that it's going to be bring more benefit to the company or the household, the individuals, and implementing those measures. So we're working with them, and of course we're providing the support to the bank to better understand those projects. So now we don't expect the banks to be all full engineers that understand everything about renewable energy or energy efficiency. We understand, we hope, we expect them to know a little bit more about it and be able to run some analysis, but we're still going to be here to provide them that full support on technical assessment. So we will review all projects. We will review the technical aspect of our projects to make sure that it is a good project that is using the good equipment, that the calculation that have been done in terms of what are the benefit exactly in terms of reduction of electricity or in terms of generation of power, does it make sense? Now, are the calculation good? Are we safe to invest in such a project? So we are here to provide them an approval on projects in terms of technical aspect. So hopefully this reduce the risk that the bank have, right? I mean, if the bank knows that it's a good project technically, it's less risky for them to go forward and invest. We also here to work with the borrowers, so the clients, those that want to do green buildings, for example. I mean, we're not going to design the full project for them, but anyone who needs more information, who wants to understand what is available. I mean, someone who wants to develop a new building, for example, we want to understand what are the technologies that are available here in the market and what can be done. So, or someone who's working on retrofitting his building, maybe someone who wants to do some retrofit work. I'd like to invest on renovation. What exactly can be done? What would be the impact if I work on installation, for example, or if I change a window, or if I install high efficient equipment such as AC or rooftop, like PV system on the rooftop. So exactly what would happen? How could you quantify the benefit that I would get? So we can work with the borrowers on better understanding this, running some quick analysis with them so that they have a better idea of the numbers, right? I mean, how much, and then also point them out to the right company. So who here in Ghana can help those builders or borrowers develop this project? So who are allowed to do it first and who have the knowledge to do it? So this is also something that we can provide to borrowers. Of course, we're going to try to do more awareness raising on the program, but also on the topics, right, of green buildings, of the benefit of it. So this is part of it, I would say, but we're also going to do more roadshow, we'll go to different cities to present the program and the many benefit. We'll work on social media to provide, advertisement and marketing can be used. So who can benefit? Basically everyone. So the local, the individual in Ghana, any individual or household in Ghana is eligible, and they can get a loan from CalBank on the SunRef program. Also any local company. It has to be a company that is registered in Ghana. So international companies are allowed, but they have to have an office registered in Ghana. So if they want to do a green building, this is the condition, of course. We also can work with energy performance contractors. So the companies, for example, that would want to work on developing green buildings, be it on working on the installation or on installing PV system and doing some kind of lease contract with the company. This is also something that we can work on in terms of loan and in terms of financing. So don't hesitate to reach out to us and ask us. We already mentioned what can be financed, right? The eligible project in this case is our renewable energy. So of course, when we talk about green building, solar panels would be one of the most popular renewable energy projects that we would see. But there might be something else depending on the sector. Energy efficiency, we can do new building from scratch financing, or we can do also retrofit. And environmental, which apply a little bit less on green buildings, but for us, any projects that can show reduction of greenhouse gas emission, for example, is something that we also want to finance. Cynthia already mentioned the financing conditions, so I'm not going to go into that detail. Maybe just to explain a little bit about the process. Of course, we don't want to be spending too much time and we don't want to put any delay on a loan analysis, on a loan assessment. So when you go to the bank and you ask for a loan and they have to review your projects and your company, the work that we would do in terms of technical review and in terms of approval should never bring any delay to the normal process. But still, to make sure that we can even be even faster, we have two approaches in this case. So what we propose to, what we have at CalBank, we have what we call like the smaller projects. So the small scale projects for us are any project smaller than 200,000 USD for a loan. We would see it as a small scale. And what we've done is that we've developed a list of eligible measure and equipment, basically. So we have a list of equipment. The SunRef program, as we mentioned, here is based at the Energy Commission. So if you go on the Energy Commission website, you'll see a page on the SunRef program, and on it you will see what we call the LEME, the list of eligible measure and equipment. So it's provided there. So you can have a look at that, and you can see if you want to install AC or if you want to install PV system, for example, what exactly are the equipment that are already approved. So you know that if you're doing a project and you're installing those equipment, for sure you will be available to SunRef. And if it's under 200,000, as we mentioned, as long as you just use the equipment that we have on the list, it's approved directly. So it's something that is done in one day. In one day, we have a look at the equipment you're using, and we just provide a certificate of approval to CalBank. So it's really fast. When we talk about larger scale projects for green building, for example, so if someone was constructing a new green building, maybe more for the commercial sector or industrial, and they want to do something bigger with PV system maybe, or something with higher insulation and boilers and high efficiency boilers for our water pumping, more efficient water pumping or air compressor, everything that is eligible here. We would have to run maybe a little bit more in-depth analysis, but it's still something that we do within a week. So as you would understand the process for loan approval, we would be working at the same time with CalBank and running that technical assessment. So this is not something that requires too much effort on the borrower side. We expect that the information is already there. It's just that we have to run our own analysis to make sure that we understand the impact of the project. So in terms of energy savings, in terms of renewable energy, we need also, we need to run the numbers to see, okay, how much exactly are we talking about in terms of savings, and how much are we talking about in terms of generating energy. And we're also here to help you. So if a borrower is presenting a project and we review it, you can be sure that if we approve it, it means it's a good quality project. So it gives you this confirmation, make you more confident about the investment that you're doing. But we're also going to help you if we think that there's something that needs improving, if we think that there's some equipment that would be better, if we think that there's a design that would be a little bit more, would bring more confidence in your project, we will get back to you. We will open a channel of discussion and we will talk to you about it. So we would try to see with you how it can be improved, for example. So you can also see it now as a way of us now helping you, making sure that you're investing your money in something that's going to work. So basically the process, we already mentioned it, but when it's a LEMI project, small scale project, it's a little bit faster. When it's a non-LEMI project, so bigger scale, we need to do a full evaluation, but it's done quickly, as we mentioned. The last thing I want to mention is maybe about the grant money. So we mentioned that the EU is providing a grant of up to 10%. So that grant money of up to 10%, it is being provided to CalBank and apply on the loan once the project is implemented. So basically you sign your loan, you get the money, you start implementing your project. Once it's done, we need to do a verification that it was done, how we approve it. And we want to make sure that if we approve something, this is what was installed, of course. So once your project is implemented, once your building is constructed, we do a site visit, we verify that the equipment that we approve has been implemented correctly. And at that point, the grant money is disbursed. When we say disbursed, the way it's done is that CalBank take that money, the grant money, and just apply it on your loan, on your principal. So if it takes you like 3 months to install the equipment, you have your loan, and after 3 months, you see a reduction on your principal to reduce your loan amount by 10%. So this is what we offer here. And I think that's it for my presentation. So this is a global overview. And as we mentioned, do not hesitate to reach out to us. There's a dedicated team at CalBank that works on this green product on SunRef. So you can reach out to CalBank directly, and they will point you out to the right people that are going to work with you and talk with you about the SunRef. You also have my contact here, and we also have you'll see that the SunRef program is also based at the Energy Commission. So there's a contact at the Energy Commission. You can also reach out to us directly if you want to ask questions on the technical aspect and you want to ask questions about the projects. Both channels are open, and both channels are going to lead you, to at the end of the day to a loan to implement such projects. So you can reach out to us that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Norman and Cynthia, for your presentations. And now you know how to get the money from CalBank and from SunRef. There was one question that came in as to whether CalBank could offer financing for people who are investing in getting green building materials.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
It's possible. Okay, so that's the one thing that I thought I'll just ask you. So thank you so much. For those of you who have any questions, we'll get the direct responses for your questions as soon as we have them there. So then we promise you that all questions will be answered. All right. So thank you very much. Once again, I want to say thanks to Norman Michaud and Cynthia Nima
Minta, for your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got one last panel before we're done for day one, and that will be on the art of green living, interior design and lifestyle changes for healthier homes, offices, and public spaces. And the moderator will not be me, but it will be somebody who do a great job. The name is Dila Okran, certified health coach, sustainable business strategist, creative entrepreneur. And the panelists are Jane Ford, founder of Chica & Co., William Evans Holm, CEO of Spectra Global, Grace Krobo Eduse, who is the CEO of Lily Grace Interiors, and Ophelia Akiwumi, CEO of Art Decor. So they'll be taking us through the art of green living. We're setting up the presentation, the room, and then we shall be back in a couple of minutes. So thank you for your patience. The last time I checked on the webinar, we had 157 participants joining us and adding to the numbers here. So thank you wherever you are reaching us from. We want to say thanks to all of you for making day one a really great one. And now just bear with us for a couple of minutes, and the last panel for the day will be set up. Thank you.
Sometimes you need it early. Sometimes you need it late. Sometimes you need it fast. Sometimes you need it closer. But with CowBank, accessing your funds is always easy. With CowBank Agent Banking, you can easily open your CowBank Snap account, make cash deposits and withdrawals, transfer funds, pay bills, etc. right in your neighborhood at pharmacy, shop, filling station, and supermarkets. So, visit your nearest CowBank agent today. Open your CowBank Snap account and enjoy banking on your terms using our CowBank Agent Banking. CowBank Agent Banking, your neighborhood bank.
Stop wasting water with demand-driven distribution. In 2006, the World Bank estimated that 45 million cubic meters of pure drinking water are lost every day in distribution networks. That's enough water to serve nearly 200 million people. Much of this water can be saved by a new way of thinking and a new way of using technology. It's about pressure management, and we call it demand-driven distribution. As you know, many waterworks use pumps to create the pressure required to get the water out to every home. Every time a tap is opened, the pressure in the entire system drops a little. So the pressure needs to be very high. Otherwise, this happens. But keeping everyone happy means that the pressure is high all the time. At midday and during the night, very little water is used, which means that the water is under much higher pressure than required. That's what causes water loss. Pipes under pressure crack and leak. The higher the pressure, the more drinking water you lose. Also, leaks can make the soil sink causing lots of damage to roads and buildings. Money is wasted on drinking water, repairs, and on electricity. Here you can see the big picture. Water is wasted, power is wasted. This is bad for the environment, bad for the roads, and bad for the economy. Grundfos has an answer: demand-driven distribution. You can take control of your system pressure. You can send out and waste less water while still keeping everyone happy. How? Well, rather than maintaining constant pressure at the pump, we keep it constant at the critical consumer. We will typically install demand-driven pump units in different places in your water distribution system. These pumps register how much pressure is required at any time and help make sure the pump
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining from. And welcome to the Ghana Green Build It Summit. For those who have been part of the summit from the beginning of today, thank you for sticking around. And for those who are just joining, welcome to this session. We're the last session, but definitely not the least. I have a dynamic and pretty powerful panel of interior design professionals that are going to be chatting about the art of green living. Hello, panelists. I have Jane Ford, the founder of Chica & Co.
Hello.
I have Kroba Iduse, CEO, Lily Grace Interiors. I have architect William Evans Hong, CEO Spectra Global, and Ophelia Akiwumi, CEO Art Deco. I'll allow each of my panelists to give a brief intro of themselves, starting with Jane.
Perfect. Firstly, thank you all for having me. I'm super excited to be on the panel today. My name is Jane Ford Matthews, and I am the founder of Chica & Co. So we are a sustainable and ethical furnishings company based in Ghana, but we do export to Europe. I also do sustainable interior design for both commercial and residential clients.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jane. I will go over to Grace Kroba Iduse.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, I'm Grace Kroba Iduse. I'm the founder and CEO of Lily Grace Interiors. It's a boutique interior design portfolio, which is specializes in outdoor and indoor design as regards to eco-friendly and sustainable solutions.
Thank you, Grace. Over to William, architect William.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is William Evans Helm. I'm the principal architect and CEO of Spectra Global Limited. It's an architectural and interior design and build firm. We are very passionate about sustainable architecture and interior design.
Awesome. And Ophelia Akiwumi, please go ahead.
My name is Ophelia Akiwumi, and I'm the CEO of Art Deco, which has been in existence for about 30 years. I've always been into using sustainable materials for both furniture and now building accommodation for people.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone, for your intros. I know we have 2 presentations before we get into our topic here. And so let's see, who do we have started? Grace, we'll probably have your presentation come up. Do you have an intro to that presentation that you want to share with us? Or
All right, thank you. Yes, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to breeze through this presentation very quickly. And so basically we're talking about the art of green living and from an interior designer's point of view, from interior designer's perspective. So yes, right now everyone is talking about sustainability. Everyone is worried about global warming and all that. So there's a lot of information out there, and it is the responsibility, because at least I take it very seriously, of the interior designer to create that awareness, because we deal with the clients very closely to help those clients make the right choices about about the products that they're using, about the materials and all that. So I'm just going to dive in very quickly. So basically, some of the elements, the main elements we're talking about is materials, finishes, lighting, indoor air quality. Any interior designer, what's his or her should be looking at indoor air quality. Normally, we just look at all the aesthetics and things like that. But the way the world is now, we all need to play our part in sustainability and making people safe and our environment safe. So it's our responsibility. And I'm sure there are lots of clients out there who also want to play their part. So I feel it's my responsibility to create that awareness and to help them make those choices. So I will just touch very quickly, natural materials like bamboo and stuff like that. They're versatile, they're strong, flexible. I'm sure we're going to be talking about later. It's fast growing, and we're talking about the cost as well. So it can be used for everything, literally. We know bamboo in traditional sense for what it's used for, but it's now the application is in so many places in the home and the office spaces as well. So they're also looking at textiles. When it comes to materials, we're talking about textiles. There's so much textile around us, the curtains, the blinds, the beddings, and stuff like that. As an interior designer, you want to help your clients help make those choices and look out for certain certifications when they're buying. And even when an interior designer is sourcing materials, especially textiles, you're looking for those certifications. You're looking for products that have less or very, very low chemicals, so that you don't want to contribute to the ozone layer. You don't want to be adding more damage to the environment. So these are some of the certifications you want to be looking at, and especially textiles. You want to look at textiles that have been tested for harmful substances, which are made environmentally friendly facilities, and they're safe and socially responsible. So that's what it's all about. And there's some chemicals that, like lead, for example, you'd be surprised that there's still a lot of lead floating around in the system. There's formaldehyde, which is a chemical, which is a volatile organic compound, which is actually used traditionally in paints to give it that antibacterial, quality. Using paints, is using, disinfectants, a whole lot of stuff around the home and offices as well. So you want to be looking out for that. If one can get it very, very low or 0%, not easy, but one can get products that are very low in that. So when choosing, fabrics, for example, you want to looking at, are they sustainable, are they renewable, are they biodegradable, or would they decompose harmlessly? So those are those decisions you want to be, you want to be looking at those areas as well. And anybody who has a conscience wants to play their part in looking at those, making those choices. And of course, like everything else, that costs will come into it. And of course, we're going to talk about later, are they more expensive or is it cheaper to buy those things, to make those choices? What's it going to cost to your pocket? And again, looking at finishes, finish is very important, extremely for interior designer, paints, lacquer, varnishes, or traditional aspects of finishes, for whether it's for your walls, your furniture, these three items are extremely important. They're not going anywhere. So again, the question for paint is sustainability. What roles do they play environmentally? And again, what's cost to your pockets, when you're making those decisions. So I talked about volatile organic compounds earlier, and these are some of the things that causes. We take it lightly, but again, irritation. So that smell when you paint your home, when you paint your office, when you paint, generally that smell mostly comes from the VOCs, and it can cause headache, and sustained exposure over time can cause organ damage, skin reactions, fatigue. So sometimes we don't know why we feel ill, but it's usually because of what we have in our environment, and a lot of it is traced back to VOCs. So lighting is so important. Again, whether it's daylight, artificial lighting, we know that daylight is really better. These days with all the built up environment, we don't have space where a lot of buildings are just being built without regard for, enough lighting. So using artificial lighting, and really not the best way to go. But I'll tell you, daylighting is extremely important. It's an indicator of daytime. It's a signal for seasons and times and seasons. So daylighting is really good for you. We know that vitamin D comes from sunlight, and if you're going to get as much as you can, even through your window, your home, it's good for your mood as well. So again, relying on artificial lighting is affecting us psychologically, making us not to be so productive, affecting us, insomnia. Lots of people have insomnia. They're wondering why. And if they were to look at their lives, they'll see that it's usually the artificial lighting at work, especially. We're exposed to lighting for long periods of time. So advantage of daylight will be improved vitality, because serotonin, for example, where people are taking serotonin tablets when they have bigger windows and and all that. And then of course we have decreased daytime sleepiness and less stress, and shorter hospital stays if we had to have more daylight, exposure to daylight. And of course, 30% reduction in poor sleep and mood disorders if we will just get half the daylight we need. So again, you want to use functional lighting. You want to use lighting exactly where they're needed. And I work with lighting designers, when we're designing a home or a space, we're looking at how much lighting does this property really need? And that calculation is made, and you don't want to use too much or too little, you just want to use just what is enough. So smart lighting, using technology and using appropriate lighting where it is needed, exactly where it's needed. And of course, we want to, so as an interior designer, you're helping your client to make those choices. So big deal, indoor air quality is so important now. Any architect or interior designer, what's a SALT will be looking at indoor air quality when it comes to design. So extremely important to be improving it. And that's, how do you improve it? Basically, it's just by reducing indoor pollutants. And those pollutants come from all the products, materials, the finishes that are around us. And so making those informed choices. So when you make up your mind to say, look, I'm designing this property, we need to make sure that the indoor air quality, not just the beauty of the furniture or the environment, so indoor air quality is extremely important and should be incorporated in design. So looking at most indoor air pollutants and their sources, mostly looking at biological, will be from bacteria and from bugs around the home, which emit poisonous gases. Of course, the carbon monoxide from your gas stoves. You can't see the gas, but it's poisonous. So you want to have a well-ventilated kitchen. And of course, formaldehyde, again, we talked about, which is the VOC, which is common in paint and wood. And of course, there's lead in the ozone. And of course, we have nitrogen dioxide, which comes mostly from poly-maintained appliances, and especially water heaters. So this, making sure choosing the right appliances is very important. And of course, residents should be looking at maintenance. Of course, we're looking at pesticides as well. So that's extremely important. So how do we improve air quality? We're talking about green. Lots of people think that green is all about putting plants around. Yes, it's an extremely important part of it, but it has to be done with purpose, knowing that I am putting these plants here to obtain this particular quality for the air in my bedroom. Put in the right plants as well. So using keeping your rugs clean and all that. So yeah, these are the plants we use, peace lilies and things. So thank you very much. My time is up, so we're going to get quickly straight to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was info-packed. That had a lot of information in there that I'm sure most people were gasping at some of the things, because especially when it comes to health, right? Because people don't really make that correlation between the things we put in our house and how it affects us physically, mentally, emotionally. Talking about sunlight, air quality, all these things come together to make it a healthy home. And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. Thank you so much, Grace. That was very insightful. Before we go any further, because I know, Jane, you have a presentation as well, if I'm not. Okay. Just for anyone who's just joining us, we're talking about the art of green living, and we're talking in relation to the home, office, and public spaces. We're looking at how interior design has an effect on our health, the environment, and just our spaces around us, right? Now, what is green living? Let's go back a little bit and describe what green living is for our audience. Can we start with Architect William?
Well, thank you very much, Diela. I think it's very basic. Green living is basically a lifestyle that allows us to get our needs met, right, without destroying the environment. So it's basically a way of living such that you can get your needs met, you can live your life, you can go about your daily activities, i.e. go to work, be at home, play with your kids, relax with family, without damaging the environment. So it's actually sort of a win-win situation for both people and the environment. And there are so many ways to achieve that. I believe that it starts with a deliberate mindset, and we practice it, it becomes part of our lifestyle. So in a nutshell, for me, green living is a win-win situation between people and the environment.
Right. Thank you so much. Is there anything anyone else wanted to add to that? I'll leave it open.
I would just add that I think, because it encompasses so much, that we can often get so overwhelmed. And I think people don't know where to start. They're thinking, you know, am I green because I, you know, recycle? Am I green because I use clean products in my home? And I think there's not one, you know, one answer to that question. It's not a binary, right? There's so many different versions of what sustainable or living green could mean to you and could mean to us as interior designers. So I think, you know, that feeling of getting overwhelmed, maybe like my advice to that would maybe start with one thing and then, you know, attack different things. You know, once you've felt like you have that one thing nailed, you know, nail recycling or nail reuse or nail clean products, or if you're an interior designer, like start with one small thing so you're not feeling so overwhelmed by being constantly green, you know.
Right. I think that's a great point, because it is overwhelming when people hear green living or sustainability, especially. People are like,
yeah.
Oh, this is a little above maybe for companies or for bigger entities, not for the individual. So that's a great point. Thank you, Jane. Ophelia, do you have anything to add to that?
Basically, I think it starts from the actual building. Before you actually live in a house, it's using the kind of materials that are sustainable, using that affect, you know, have very little effect on the atmosphere. We're into building with concrete and steel. And, you know, if you start building primarily with non-toxic materials, local materials, traditional materials, you then actually move one step further to living in a green environment without polluting, you know, the atmosphere. And, you know, that's before you come to the inside of the house. It's what goes on the outside that matters. You know, if you're living in a concrete box, you're not going to contribute that much to, you know, the environment, because what is used to produce the concrete, you know, pollutes the air to no end. I think that's basically where I come from anyway.
Right. Thank you so much. And we're going to come around to that as well again and talk about what people can do now in the houses that they're in or the offices that they're already in, because we have people who want to live green but are already in a space, and how they can make that space that already exists more green, right? And then also, as Ophelia said, it does start from the design, start straight from the beginning, and then the things inside the house add to that greening up of the space. Thank you very much. Grace, did you have anything to add?
Okay, I think living green is really a decision. And like Jane said, yeah, you don't want to get overwhelmed. But I think that once you make that decision, then, you know, working with, doing your own research and working with your architect or your interior designer or your builders, for example, certainly you will be able to make those decisions. You just need to, you know, say, I'm going to go green every little way that I can, anything I can do to make those choices. Where can I get the stuff that I need to use to make my own contribution for my health and for my environment? So that decision is the first step.
Great. Thank you so much. So we have Jane. I'm gonna get you to go ahead and put your presentation through. We'll get to, I have a question here on the financial part, but we'll get to that. I'll just let you go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'm working with two screens, so I might turn my head to look at the camera and to look at my screen. I think Grace has touched on quite a few pieces, but I'll just run through quickly. So something I just wanted to touch on, a lovely quote from Our Common Future. I think my feeling is that we're shepherds here on earth. You know, we have a duty to look after it, but we don't own it. So we have to make sure that whatever we design and whatever we construct or whatever we do on this earth, we are making sure we have a duty of care to it. I think the earth is about 4.5 billion years old, and we've only been here for about 5 million of those. So we haven't been here for that long, but we've managed to do a lot of damage. So I think from now on, let's be kind of more conscious and mindful that we are shepherds in this world. So I think we touched on a lot of throughout the day why we should kind of integrate sustainable practices. But from, I suppose, an interior design point of view, humans have always, you know, sought elements to feel really safe, secure, and kind of emotionally balanced. And over the past year with COVID and the pandemic, we've really seen consumers feel like they want to return to nature, especially with the amount of time we spend at home. Everyone's kind of working from home. We spend over 90% of our time indoors. So we really need to make sure that us as interior designers or architectures, we're building buildings to really maximize the calming effects of nature. We need to also start making choices to mitigate the effects of climate change and biodiversity loss. And then, you know, we're talking about a climate point of view, but also from a financial point of view. I know there's a lot of kind of people in business and people in construction on this event. So let's just take the US kind of green building market as an example. You know, that market has been estimated to be worth over 82 billion, and it's rapidly growing. So there's so much opportunity for us, especially here in Ghana, to really tap into that kind of growing, I suppose, idea of wanting to get back to nature. Even look at like sustainable products. Those types of products have been grown almost year on year, and by 30% over the last couple of years. So, you know, people are really spending with their wallets and making decisions to buy more sustainable products, you know. But what actually, I suppose, what makes sustainable design, or what makes interior design sustainable? So us as interior designers or architects, we have to balance an awful lot, and we balance a lot of different aspects. I think Grace touched on it there a second ago. You know, we're building and we're designing, you know, concrete boxes. We're not designing buildings for the climate that we're in Ghana. You know, the types of houses that we're building in Ghana are the same as the houses that we're building in Ireland. In a freezing cold country, the houses should not look the same. Okay. You know, the houses we should be building, you know, architecture from a mix of, you know, from you know, materials that can kind of navigate the dry climate, humidity, and then heavy rainfall. So that's one of the kind of key things that we need to start balancing as architects and interior designers. These other kind of 8 aspects that are on the screen now are things that I generally tend to try and balance, and I'll go through them in a little bit more detail. So the first one is what we interior designers call biophilic design. So it's quite an exciting kind of system-based way of recognizing that all of our choices, purchases, activities, and decisions, they all have an impact on our health, our well-being, and also the environment and our planet. So it's a kind of a human-centric approach. It puts the kind of building occupants at the heart of its design without, you know, negatively impacting the environment as we do so. So we take into consideration artificial light, air conditioning, synthetic kind of textiles, mass-produced products filling our homes. So it's really crucial that we start to really think about bringing, you know, living products into the home. As Grace mentioned earlier, like bamboo flooring, rattan, wicker furnishings, stone, natural woods. You know, all those things have benefits to not just our health, but engaging our senses, supporting our well-being, you know, reducing stress levels. And even from, you know, we're talking about even from a commercial point of view, you know, these things have been shown to positively impact organizational, like financial well-being, you know, by increasing focus and productivity. So it's really, as we said earlier, win-win. In terms of sustainable material sourcing, which we're going to touch on a little bit later, but I just wanted to kind of get into the nitty-gritty a little bit. We can do a few things to be a little bit more sustainable. We can look like locally source, and I love working with the Ghanaian artisans to really elevate spaces. But then we work with those artisans. Are those artisans then using sustainable materials? You know, what are the materials that they're using? And some good examples of that would be stone, wood, coconut, bamboo, and even recycled plastic. So then once we get the local, once we get the sustainable materials, then what's the finishing? And again, we touched on that earlier, but you know, a lot of these finishes that we use, like the glues and the paints, are not healthier for our homes. They're very toxic. And it was touched on earlier, the VOCs, the lead, the PVC, like all of those things can be found in paints, wallpapers, acoustic paneling, you know, waterproofing, all the fire retardant things like that. Like all of those are harmful to our health. So can we get paints, can we get wallpapers that have little to no VOCs? You know, can we use acoustic paneling that are maybe the fiber of coconuts? You know, those things are out there, and we can start really researching and looking into them as viable alternatives and cheaper alternatives if we can get them in Ghana. Another thing that was touched on earlier, so I won't go over it too much, but it's the air quality. And, you know, I live in Accra, it's heavily polluted, just like every other city is heavily polluted. So what can we do to kind of retrofit that? Can we use air purifiers, you know, or if we're building, can we use clever design, you know, to airflow across without obstruction? Can we insulate with hemp or even build with hemp or sustain it like healthier materials so that we're not needing to then, you know, come in afterwards and retrofit with air purifiers? Thinking about working with ventilation levels and, you know, even ultraviolet light, there's so many different ways that we can think about that. I've put plants in with a question mark because there's lots of research from NASA a few years ago to say that plants are great for air filtration, but then there's been some new research to say that actually you need about 10 to 1,000 plants per meter square to actually do any good. So, you know, but they do have other benefits. They boost our moods, they look beautiful, you know, there's lots of other, you know, great things that plants can do if they're not fully cleaning our air. Just want to touch on water saving. So a big thing for me and what I do if I'm working with architects is work out a way to kind of either use alternative water or collect and use the grey water. So this is a great illustration that kind of shows that maybe the water that we use from our showers, can we reuse that, you know, and flush our toilets, or can we reuse that for watering our plants, you know? How can we save water without, you know, compromising the environment? You know, other things that I'm looking at are things like water timers, sensors, systems that just use less water. Another kind of maybe cheaper version of this, if we're not looking at water reuse systems, or if we have a garden, instead of, you know, plants that need an awful lot of water, how about looking at, you know, things like fauna, cactus, even the little succulents, like think about using different types of plants in your garden so we're not using as much water. Oh, sorry. There we go. I'm going to skip that one because we don't have much time, and I'm just going to go on to design purpose because I think this is really important. It's a big part of my ethos and methodology is the relationship between architecture, history, and cultural connections. I really believe that the inside should mirror the outside. And I think Ghanaian architecture can serve as an amazing inspiration to us. And I think that when we're talking about green and healthy homes, I really feel like our space should be a true reflection of who we are. And in Ghana, we have a wealth and abundance of cultural references. And I think that's kind of key to a healthy and also a green home, is be able to referencing that. I think there was a mention earlier as well as, you know, thinking about traditional methods. You know, I spent a lot of time going outside of Accra and, you know, visiting, you know, smaller towns where they would build with old clays and things like that. And I don't know if you've ever been inside of one of them, but they are super cool. They're not like these concrete boxes. They're very cool. They're very, they're very easy structures to build, and they're very, they're very environmentally friendly. So I think we really need to go back to then move forward. So thank you. Any more questions? I'll leave my details there, or you can ask me afterwards.
Thank you very much, Jane. That was great. And I love that you talked about stewardship of the planet. That's a huge one that I think will start to change, or hopefully will start to change the minds of people in the fact that it's not just that we're living here now, but we're thinking about future generations. We're supposed to leave them something that they can use. So if we're destroying our planet, that's not something that can happen. And it's definitely the things that we decide to use in our daily life contribute to whether we're making the planet healthy, our homes healthy, ourselves healthy, or vice versa. So thank you so much for that. Architect William and Ophelia, did you have anything to add to the portion of us being able to, I guess, green up our homes, offices, public spaces in regards to materials, lighting, finishes, and air quality?
Well, yes. I like the point that Jane made about in the beginning about not being overwhelmed. And one of the points she made reference to, for example, WCs. Essentially, because green or sustainable living has been added for quite a while, most essentially, we are already practicing it. We just need to ramp up our efforts. For example, some 10 years back, we used to use WCs that when you flush, you use about 11 liters of water, the traditional twist handle WCs, right? Now, in almost every home, you have these press button WCs, either low flush WCs or dual flush WCs. We do about 30% of the water that was being used previously. So already we must not feel overwhelmed because we are already doing that. We have moved from the use of incandescent bulbs, right, to energy saving bulbs, right? That is seriously dropping our power consumption. I remember the days when we used to have 60 watts, 80 watts, 100 watts. Today, for the same illumination, you are doing 15 watts, 12 watts, 6 watts, right? So already we are already transitioning as a people gradually towards green living. The problem is whether we are doing it fast enough in relation to the degrading of the environment, right? So I think that there are so many ways we can incorporate this green living into our spaces. Example, for me as an architect, the first thing I'd want to say is, obviously when you're designing a building, the first thing you want to look at is orientation. Whereas in the West, you design to embrace heat because of the cold weather. In our part of the world, we design to cut out excessive sunlight, hitting the building, excessive heat, and we allow natural ventilation. So I would say, for example, when insist on your designers to think about lighting, daylighting, insist on your designers to think about natural ventilation. It's amazing how everyone has switched to sliding fixed glazed windows, run away from louvered windows, but they are beautiful louvered windows. Louvered windows are beautiful. They allow maximum ventilation. If you use a 3-bay sliding window, you get 30% efficiency of the window. If you did the same 3-bay in louvered window, you got 99% ventilation. So think about that. So it's about time we insist on our designers to be thinking about this. So I would say that we need to look at things like orientation. In our part of the world, the sun rises from the east and sets in the west. And so even in planning the spaces, you want to put non-sleeping spaces in such areas. You want to put your kitchens in the west because you actually want the sanitizing power of the sun in your kitchens and stuff like that. I also want to say that there was a little study that was done in a hospital about people in rooms that were exposed to the outdoor environment, and people in rooms because of design had no windows. And it was discovered that people in the rooms that were exposed to the outdoor environment recovered faster. There's absolutely a correlation between greenery and our well-being. And I want to challenge us to change the narrative from thinking about green only for the environment, but greening for us as the human beings on earth is much beneficial to us. It helps us, it will improve our well-being. Green spaces, I want to talk more about offices. Green spaces in an office environment essentially increases the bottom line profit for the CEO. So let me give an example. If you have an office space, you have enough daylighting, you've introduced greenery into the space, you've designed with biophilia, water features and stuff like that. Research has shown that this improves cognitive ability, right? Reduces stress, reduces the speed at which you get tired, and therefore improves productivity. When workers are more productive, they produce more. And what happens to our bottom line? So living green is not only for the benefit of the environment. I think it's about time we see that it is beneficial to us as human beings, us as a people, not only the environment. That's why in the beginning I said it's a win-win scenario. So simple things. Grace has talked about low VC paints, and I just want to give example. For example, if you're using water-based paints, and it's available on the market, use water-based paints. They have less volatile organic compounds than oil-based paints, right? So they are simple, non-expensive methodology to live green. We talked about people living in concrete boxes. The reality on the ground is that, look, tropical houses require more space. You have to have either a T plan, an H plan, an I plan, have linear plans to maximize ventilation. And because of cost, we are doing compact houses, right? But we can introduce skylighting, which brings in daylighting into the space. So if you can introduce daylighting from the side in a room where, let's say, other rooms are around it, you can do that from the rooftop. It's about time we begin to think about courtyards. Back in the 60s, a lot of houses had courtyards that allowed you to bring daylight into the house. And I think it's about time that we insist on some of these design features from our architects, from our interior designers. And these are little things that we can do in our homes, in our offices, and they're actually proving facts that they improve our well-being, they improve productivity, and it actually gives a better quality of life.
Thank you, Architect William. I wanted, Ophelia, can you please touch on the cost involved in going green or living green, or in regards to interior design? Because I see quite a few questions here on cost. It's one thing to talk about all these solutions, but can people afford living green?
Is it me? Well, the thing is, I think basically it's a mindset of the people of this country. Not only the people, but also the architects. We seem to be stuck in a narrow channel of not trying to think outside the box and convincing clients to go, to do things in a particular way. Generally, a client will come to you and say, right, I want this and I want that because I've seen it here. But whether it is convenient or to your way of living is another issue. And you have the complaints, the architect says, oh, well, they don't really want it. If we give them the design, they go to somebody on the wayside to do it, or the person comes to you and say, well, Kweku Mensah has built this house and I want the same thing. But Kweku Mensah's lifestyle is not necessarily your lifestyle. And it's for the architect to say to them, listen, I can give you an alternative and, build in a way that suits the climate. But they never, they always tell you, well, the client doesn't want. But you are the architect, you are the designer. It's for you to change that mindset. And until we get that from that level, all this talking about going green and doing this is not going to really get us anywhere, because concrete bunkers are going up daily. And everybody, we come from a culture where we don't live on top of each other. Traditionally, we have the house, we have the compound, we have everything outdoors. Now, we've gone, everything is indoor. Whatever was there before, which worked, we've been busy tearing it down and putting it in all these things that come from cold climates, which really does not suit our lifestyle. We are blessed with the sun, we are blessed with, a good environment, and all we have to do is to look at what we have and then use it, and not look at what is, outside and bring it inside. And that means you are, you have arrived or whatever, and it's just basically a mindset. I was inspired to build with raffia. Now, I saw this, I passed by a residence, a hotel, and I thought, oh, what a beautiful thing. Somebody has actually built with timber. My first impression was that it was timber. And, after I took it, went back and had a look, and it wasn't timber, it was raffia. And I was like, wow, somebody actually thought out of the box and built this fantastic hotel. So, it was cheap, it was beautiful, and everything was local. So why can't we go that way? And I decided to do an experiment of it, and it really, worked so well. And this is where, everybody thought, oh, it's not safe. The first thing people say to you, is it going to burn? I say, everything burns. It depends on how the wiring and everything. If it's done properly, it can last forever. Look at the Far East. Look at Europe. Buildings are not built with, all the buildings are not built with concrete and blocks. Buildings have been standing for generations, built with timber. Scandinavian countries, in the States, in England, everywhere in the world, except here where we have the raw materials, and we all so worried about, it's going to burn or the thieves are going to come in. You can't lead your life with that kind of attitude. And really, basically depends on the architects of this country to try and, move that out of this box-like thinking that we have. You find these beautiful old houses, and next thing you see, as you said, they've removed all the louver windows and put in these sliding windows, in which they end up with very little ventilation, but it's fashionable, as they say in quote. So it's a mindset that has to be constantly, talked about and changed, and not just one conference and then that is that. It's just something that has to be put in practice for people to see, and educate people constantly before you can actually do anything else.
Right. Thank you so much. You touched on mindset, which was one of the things that someone had mentioned. I think it was Kojo and Info had mentioned in there, that the elephant in the room is societal attitude towards these things, right? So it does start from creating an awareness that there is value to switching to a green lifestyle, not just because it's a trend or something that's happening right now that everyone is doing, but because it does have long-term positive effects on ourselves, our health, the environment, and long-term our finances, whether it be your own space, an office, or public spaces, for sure. So thank you for touching on the aspect of the mindset switch. It's definitely needed for sure.
Can I touch on that before we move on, Julia? I've had a similar kind of experience. We've been trying to build our home in Ghana, and we're trying to build it as sustainably as possible. We're having a lot of trouble with the architect and getting him on board with the idea. And that's been a real struggle, because I've been wanting to use things like bamboo as a frame, which has been done in Ghana. I know schools that have been built with bamboo as a frame. And he's constantly pushing, steel or, concrete and things like that. And it's been a real struggle for me personally, just to be able to work with the architect on those things. So yeah, I would second, and I would love to see your home made from raffia. That sounds amazing. Can I just also answer the question about the living green and how, I suppose, is it affordable, right? Because that's always, the question. Do you have to sacrifice luxury to live sustainably, or is it just for rich people, or people with lots of money? How attainable is it really? And I would say that, in some ways it isn't as attainable right now, but in lots of ways it is. So one of the biggest things that I want anyone who isn't an interior designer or a builder to take from this conversation is you can source the most beautiful things locally. And another thing with the mindset with Ghanaians that I found is, everyone wants things that have come from abroad. They don't want something made by a local artisan. I find most of the time, this isn't everyone, but most of the time, they want something that's been imported from the US or China. And I'm like pulling my hair out, because these things are beautiful and I'm exporting them out of the country, I think there's so much value in what is here and what people are making here, in the products that you have here. And they're usually way cheaper than anything that's imported. So if you're looking to really kit out and furnish your home, there's so much cheaper option just by going locally than by importing all of your things or by buying imported goods. So I think it is attainable in that sense. And I think there's a lot of ways that maybe it isn't as attainable for people to live like that. Another thing I just want to touch on before we move on is this whole idea of a healthy home and the products that we use within our home. So we've built our home, we furnished our home, and now we're living in our home. What things are we using to clean our home? And that's a really cheap way of getting a healthy home. Throw out all of the bleaches and all of the toxic chemicals and just go back to the old ways of using white vinegar, baking soda, liquid soap. They're the things that are healthy and all the things that you need. And it's a cheaper alternative and cheaper way of living in a clean, healthy home, instead of buying all of these expensive things, use the cheaper, healthier things for your home.
Great. Thank you so much, Jane. Just for the sake of time, I know there are more questions and people are really excited about this topic and have so much that they want to find out, but we do have to wrap up. I'm just gonna get everyone to kindly start in with Grace. We'll go Grace, Architect William, Ophelia, and then Jane. What is one thing that our listeners can take with them as they leave this conversation that they can apply to their life, just starting from now? That isn't, like you said, Jane, that won't bring that overwhelm, right? So one thing that you think they can do to start living a green life. Over to you, Grace.
Yeah, thank you. It's been amazing. I would like to speak that I know we have different kinds of people watching us right now and listening. I'd like to talk to regulators, like I said, governments, and because they make a lot of decisions. We'll talk about regulations concerning building permits, what they allow into the country. And so I want to speak to them that they should do the right thing to protect us, to protect the environment, to protect our country. And I'm also talking to individuals. I want people out there to do the research, have an open mind, speaking to fellow professionals. I want you to sell the idea of living green to your clients. They will take it. You got to just make them understand it and once they understand it. Because when we talk about sustainability, it's not just things around us. What are we, our children, our grandchildren, our generations to come going to be alive? Are we going to make ourselves extinct? So we need to be around, for our offspring to inherit the earth. And if we don't have anything to give them, then what's the point of sustainability? So governments, individuals, regulators, I'm talking to you. Let's do green living. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. William?
Thank you very much, Diela. I just want to talk about one word, motivation. People get motivated or charged up to do something when they are really motivated, when they have a reason to. And what I want to say is that living green is not only about the environment. It actually benefits you, the individual, more. Many times in economies where people always say, oh, look, hey, people have money in the West, they are thinking about green. Look, when we have money, we'll think about that. But living green is not about only the environment, it's about your health. So what I want to say to people is that understand that living green is about improving your health and your well-being, and therefore be motivated to live green too. It's not expensive to start living green, right? So I want to give some comparisons. Louvered window against sliding window. Rainwater harvesting to wash your cars and to water your lawns against use paid water. Bamboo furniture against imported steel furniture, right? Natural ventilation against paying for AC every time. Living green does not have to be expensive, all right? So these are the two takeaways that I want our viewers or everyone who is watching or who is tuned in into this to take away. One, living green is also about you. It benefits you as well as the environment. It's not only about the environment. The focus is not only on the environment, the focus is on you, your well-being, your children. And then secondly, it does not have to be an expensive venture. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect William. Ophelia?
Well, our parents and foreparents lived in a green and sustainable way. And we, the later generations, have come and changed it around. All you have to do is to look around Cape Coast, Accra, Jamestown and everything. These buildings were there. And, even in the colonial days, the buildings that were put up with the idea of ventilations. There were no air conditioners. Buildings were, all the buildings had high ceilings, jalousie windows, and there was constant flow of air. We have just, imported what happens in the West and brought it down here. And, it's not expensive. It's not rocket science. Just go back to your roots and, everything will work out.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Jane, any last words first?
Last words, I would say I second what everyone has already repeated, but and I want to just reiterate that I feel the quickest and easiest way without feeling overwhelmed is start by sourcing locally. Work with locals, work with local materials. They're in the environment for a reason. They're around us for a reason. The local materials are what will work with the environment. So instead of importing and using different materials that are not native to Ghana, I would say that's the first thing. And then if you're not an interior designer or a builder, if you're just looking to live in a greener home, start with looking at your cleaning products. I read Michelle Agundahan's book. She's an interior designer, and she states that homes are 90 times more polluted than the average street. So, and one of the reasons for that is all of the reasons we touched upon before, but because of the cleaning products and the toxins we bring into our home. So a super easy thing for the average person is just look at the cleaning products you're using and replace with the more natural, cheaper versions of that.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Architect William, Ophelia, and Grace. You have brought a wealth of knowledge to this conversation, and I'm sure people have a lot of takeaways to go away with. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the audience. please go onto the Ghana Green Building Summit website, and you can find more information about the panelists. You can reach out. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to answer some of these questions that you have. But for now, I think it's a wrap. We're done. Thank you so much for joining me. I wish you a wonderful rest of your day. And to the audience, I guess we're going into the networking session. So I hope you have a great time there. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you too, Diela and Grace and Ophelia and Jane and William. Thank you for bringing that panel to life. The insights were great and the tips were definitely things that you want to take along with you, bringing us to the end of day one of the Ghana Green Building Summit 2021. Last, but probably the most important bit of today's sessions is the networking. So we've got a link we've put in the chat for those of you on the webinar. You can just go click onto that link. It will take you into the networking room, and then we can do our virtual networking over there, while those of us here will do our physical thing right here. And then tomorrow's sessions will start same time, 10 a.m. with so many discussions, the game changers, reimagining facility management in a digital age, green finance part 2, and the zero game. So that's what you can look forward to for tomorrow. But for today, please check into the link for those of you on the webinar. And in the chat room, you see a link which will take you to the networking room, and then we can do our virtual networking there. I'd like to find out from you what you've taken from today's event, what you think you can use immediately, and what your views on the conversations were. So just take some time, go quickly into the message, the Q&A section, and then check out the link to the networking room, and it will take you to the virtual room where we can do our networking. Those of us here at the CalBank, very green CalBank building, will do our networking here. And so I'm just waiting, giving you a couple of minutes for you to do just that, to link onto the link in the chat, and let's do a little bit of networking as we end the day. Thank you so much, all of you, and looking forward to seeing you here tomorrow for more insightful and exciting conversations. Thank you.
Lazy baby.